What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the second day of semifinals here from the FNCS. It's me, your host, Zeke, and joining us here on the analyst desk, we've got Reese and we've got Levin. We are here for heat number 4. Boys, how are you guys feeling? How are those hype levels right now?
These hype levels are through the roof today. You know, the teams that we've got qualified through today have the highest amount of appearances in grand finals history across all FNCS so far, being 102. So statistically, this is going to be the most difficult heat across the ones that we've seen today. So we're going to see some top level plays from top level players.
Yeah, Reese puts it perfectly right. This heat has so much experience in it. And, you know, we've had experience with watching a bunch of heats. We've watched 3 already, not including the other regions that have taken place. So we sort of know what to expect. But at the same time, there is just so many question marks in terms of what we will see today. And I'm super excited to watch it all unfold.
Absolutely. And just like we saw in the regions yesterday, we don't know what happens until the dust settles. They're in game number 6. Anything can happen. Now, we will get into games in just a little bit. Let's take an opportunity to talk about the actual format and how we got here. As you guys know, we start the day in Europe. There will be 6 matches here, a break, and then we'll jump into the reboot round. From there, we're going right into NA East for another 6 games. Their reboot round, jumping over to NA West, 6, and then the reboot round there. So a ton of Fortnite coming our way today. Now, Reese, let's talk about the overall tournament format, how we got here to the semifinal round.
We are in semifinals in that final heat. And, you know, to get here, the teams have gone through 3 weeks of qualifiers so far, which had 4 rounds in them all. So the teams that we are playing against are the best of the best from the qualifiers right now. What you're going to want to look out for on your leaderboards is the teams who make it to the top 8. The teams who make it today in the top 8 after the final game will go through into the finals. And that's where all the prize money is and all the bragging rights. Let's be real too. In that 9th till 16th slot, though, you know, if you miss out on the top 8, you still have an opportunity to get to the finals. You will go down to the reboot round, and across all of the heats, there'll be one single lobby for 32 teams, and only the team who gets the victory royale will move into the finals. So that kind of fills up that final slot in the finals.
Yeah, and like we said, right, we are in the semifinals, and with the semifinals comes semifinals points format. And as you can see on your screens, for just the victory royale on its own, you will receive 30 points. You get 2 points per elimination. And from 4th to 17th, you get 1 point per placement each. And once you hit that top 3, there is just such a beautiful jump, right? You get a +6 in terms of placement points, then +5, then +5. And so, you know, because of this, right, because of such a top-heavy format, you will see so many of these players competing, trying to go all out, right, in terms of securing themselves a top 3, because it is just so rewarding.
And all of this is pushing us to one final zone, the last one where the finals will take place. And of course, there's prize money on the line, but you know what these players want. It's the Axe of Champions, an in-game pickaxe made of gold that when any other player sees it, they will know that is an FNCS champion. They will be able to hold onto it for an entire season until the next FNCS starts. Well, they'll have to defend their title. Now, speaking of other cool things going on, something else cool has happened in Fortnite. Another character has come through the 0 point. And whether he's micro-sized or mega-sized, Ant-Man has always been ready to help save the day. Sized appropriately for Battle Royale, he's the latest Marvel superhero to join the hunt. Designed by scientist Hank Pym, size up your opponents wearing the iconic Ant-Man suit, available now in the item shop. The item shop also features the toothpick pickaxe and Ant-Man's trusty steed, Antonio, who will have your back, or I mean, I guess be your back bling. So check these out before they are gone in the shop. Now, guys, of course, we got to turn our attention back to the competition, because we know there's other regions that have wrapped up. So we have to take a look and see how things went in those regions. It's Asia, it's OCE. We'll take a look at the leaderboards together and kind of have these two break down what they think happened and incredible stories that did come out of those regions. So, gents, what did we see happening over there in Asia and OCE?
Well, in Asia, this will be Heat 3 because we already looked through Heat 1 and 2's yesterday's games. And Heat 3, an absolutely incredible performance by Leroy, Benjyfishy, and Josiah up in that top slot. 3 victory royales out of their 6 games. Incredibly consistent. And, you know, for a high ground team, they picked up a ton of eliminations as well. You know, this is a real stomper. And I'm pretty sure this is the highest amount of victory royales we have currently seen in the kind of Heat stage, or maybe even in the round 4s across the regions too.
Yeah, super impressive stuff. Winning 50% of your games is no easy task whatsoever. Congratulations to all the teams here, right? But the teams that are the final ones to make it through via this heat were 6th, 7th, and 8th. 7th and 8th both had the same sort of average placement, both coming with 10.17 placement. So good stuff to these guys. They're going to make their way through. The rest of the competition, who was 9th to 16th, had to play in that reboot round. We'll get to that later, but congrats to all the boys here who made it through.
Yeah, and moving on to Heat 4, the top 8 teams here, the point disparity was actually a little bit higher than it was in Heat 3. And this really can happen in these heats. A lot of times when we're looking at what is that top 8 threshold and how many points do you need to qualify, and this can be an interesting topic of discussion for today for Europe. You've got to look and you think, depending who's on your lobby, how many aggressive players there are. For this, it was actually 112 points to get into that top 8, which is extremely high based on what we've watched on kind of the other regions so far. It usually falls under 100 points. So this time, this top end was so top heavy in this lobby. And clearly the teams that made it through in that top 8 performed extremely well.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're going to be hoping they can sort of take that momentum into the finals, right? You don't want to use up all your energy in this round because the grand finals, that's where the money's at. But once again, right, you're paying attention to the teams 6th, 7th, and 8th. Congratulations to all of them. They will make it through once again. Unfortunately, though, for some of the teams down there below, you can see Riki, Remy, and Mokozu, they were 9th, just barely missing out, right? Fine margins here and there, right? A lot of the time it is just a couple of elims or a couple of placement points away from getting in. Unfortunately, they won't be able to make it through. But once again, they did have the chance to play in the reboot round, didn't they, Reese?
They did indeed. But if we're going to move over next to OCE, and in first place, we've got Kripa, Rip, and BMP. And if you watched any of the qualifiers from these guys, they actually placed first in qualifier 3 as well. So placing first in their qualifier and then also coming first in their heat. I think this is the first team to do this regardless across regions. So huge props to them. And you cannot say that these guys are not a top team coming into the region. They're beating a team who has 3 victory royales as well.
Yeah, super impressive stuff from them, right? They're definitely going to want to take their momentum into the next round. Look, if you look here at 8th place, Krypton, Aspect, and Nep, those guys were the final team to make it through this heat. Those guys had, 2 sort of games where they were in that top 3, right? 1 third place game, 1 second place game. They showed the rest of their games weren't anything special by any means, right? But just having those 2 games where they just got so much placement, right? The extra placement points you get are so valuable, and it was enough for them to be able to make the top 8. And I'm sure they'll be chuffed with the way they performed and looking to try and improve that in that next round.
Yeah, and for OCE Heat 4, we have Pumpkin, Sunwixty, and Hard Worker. And these guys proved that they were hard workers indeed, taking that first place slot. And, we haven't really seen them since qualifier 1. They qualified through, taking 5th slot. But in that first qualifier, throughout the 4 rounds that were in qualifier 1, they placed 2nd, 4th, 4th, and then 5th. And then coming here today in their heat and placing first, these guys are on an absolute roll. And clearly the hard work that they've been putting in that kind of preseason before the start has been paying off.
Yeah, and Heat 4 of OCE had something that I'd love to see in Heat 4 of EU today. In 8th place, you can see District, Bantist, and Gusos. They had a huge final game, right? Their final game, they had 2nd place with 13 eliminations, and that was enough to get them the qualification, right? A huge clutch performance to secure themselves in the finals. That's what it's all about, right? Just being able to have these high intensity, just crazy moments, right? It's what Fortnite's all about, and I was super excited to see that.
To use a word you used, Levin, momentum, right? That is going to be on these players' mind, what they can do to start pushing themselves to get the ball rolling and start working their way up the standings and holding on, because this is it. Now, of course, we have to talk about the reboot round. These regions also had one as well, so we can take a look and see which trios did move on, because remember, it is only the victory royale that matters. And check this out. In Asia, it's Kill Leader, it's Jedi, it's Goma, and they got themselves the victory royale, which means we will be seeing them in finals.
That's gotta be a big moment for this team, right? When you just make it and not get into that kind of top 8 slot in your heat, it's got to be kind of not soul crushing, but it's got to be tough, right? You put in the work, and then to come back, you bring that kind of negative energy, you turn it around into something so positive and pick up that victory round in the reboot round. What a high these guys must have been on once they'd taken this first place slot.
Oh, 100%, right? And I love the reboot round. When you take a look at what happened in OCE, you can see Russian, Kezi, and Spy were the ones that were able to pick things up. The beauty of the reboot round for me a lot of the time is that when we have tournaments like the FNCS or DreamHack or whatever it is, you know, a lot of the time you see players playing a point format, right? You're playing to the point format. This is the purest form of Fortnite, right? You are playing for victory. This is a battle royale. We are playing to win. Nothing else matters. All that matters is the victory royale. Like, it is just crazy levels of hype and intensity.
Yeah, it's a very different experience, that's for sure. Now, in the spirit of keeping up with things that are going on in the regions, you know we're in heat number 4, which means heat number 3 of EU has already happened. So guess what? We have that as well to talk through, and we'll have to kind of use this as like a metric, right, to measure against what we could potentially be seeing here in heat number 4.
Yeah, and you know, top of the leaderboards right now, we've had some big names, right? We've had Malbuka and Shizo, you know, not necessarily a team that you would expect, right? Not necessarily a team that you expect with 155 points up on that number 1 slot. You can see them sliding in right there. And, you know, sometimes that's kind of what we've seen through some of the other heats as well. That team that you're just not necessarily expecting to come through has been performing extremely well. And those teams that are, you know, potentially those underdog teams that are making a name for themselves here are what kind of I love about open tournaments so far, right? Any of these top teams, you know what, if they don't play to the standard that they need to, they're going to get outworked by a team who's putting in that time to practice and taking up that first place slot.
Yeah, those guys were relentless, right? I had a chance to watch some of the games there, and these guys were consistently pushing to go for high ground, right? Like this season, we've been talking about how you know, once you're holding height from 5th zone, it oftentimes leads to a win. These guys were trying to make sure they were the team in that position, right? Consistently just doing everything right to try to get that high ground. And it, paid out well, right? Because it comes in first place. And like you said, Reese, not many people necessarily expected them to be there. And so I'm sure now they have a bit of a big boost of confidence going into that finals.
Yeah, and another team, you've got like Legends, Karma, and Aware as well, right? These guys, another German trio, they're almost kind of mimicking Rezon, Vidil, and Noah Riley's playstyle. They're both teams consist of German players, and at the same time, they're dropping at the same point and have the same playstyle. They're super aggressive, and they are really, really successful earlier today, taking up that second slot as well. So another couple names who we've seen in tournaments over and over again, but haven't really been classified, I'd say, as a top team. But coming in second, maybe that's about to change.
A team from that heat that came 4th place, I have to give them a shout out, right?
Oh,
the
yeah.
UK boys, Michael, Verox, and Mexi, Fortnite's coming home. It's coming back to the UK, lads. It's all. I'm so excited. They've made me so proud. Landing over at Dirty Dogs, these guys put on a show, and I really want to see them do well in the finals. I really do.
Yeah, 100%. Now, boys, we're about to jump into game in just a little bit, but I kind of wanted to pick your brain on the meta, right, of these heats. Yesterday, we saw a lot of the trios be extremely top-heavy, like you mentioned, Reese. And what happens is these top 5 teams that are pulling so many points away from everyone else, it makes it more difficult for those trios to kind of pull themselves up the standings. Do we think this is going to be happening again today? Do we think there's just going to be like 5 trios that show up and say, like, we're just going to hoard all the points? Good luck to everybody else.
You can, EU is a region that has like a ton of competition on it. It's the competition is deep, let's be real. And a lot of the times you see those teams start to kind of pop off though, and you kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier. One of the most important things about that is momentum. So if you have a ton of players who are relatively on that same level, but they're the teams who are just start off really, really strong and they get that confidence, they get the ball rolling, they're absolutely in such a good spot after those first couple of games. You know what? They feeling it. They feel it all the way through that second, third, fourth, and fifth game and onwards. You know what? They just are absolutely performing at the top of their mind. And there are tons of teams who could perform like that. Andalex, Swayze, and X-Squeeze. These guys, my pick for the day, just letting it out there right now to do well. And these guys 100% in that team who have that kind of potential to do that. We saw it last season in the FNCS where they ended up coming second, and we've seen it in their heats. Same thing.
Yeah, I think, there's a reason why many people have them as their favorites to do well in the finals, let alone this heat, right? You have Andalex, who's arguably the best player in the world. They lost Janice, right, who's moved on to play with Chapix and Hen, and they're doing amazing things, but they picked up Snazy, right? Someone who speaks the same language as them. They can all speak French now, right, in their native tongue, and, I'm sure the communication is a bit better in that sense. But those guys are, going strength to strength right now, and I'm sure they'll do incredibly well. In terms of my prediction, right, since it's here on the screen now in front of your eyes, I went with Link, Stormy, right, and 7-2. Now, You know, many of you that know me might be thinking, Levin, you've gone with a team that's contested over at Steamy Stacks. Levin, you don't usually do this, right? Why are you picking a team that's contested? Link Stormy right in 7 tool, right? You know, they had a couple struggles towards the beginning of the season. They've just been improving since then. They absolutely wiped the floor with Iobathil's trio at Steamy. And I think they could potentially do the same thing here to Andretta's trio. Even though I'm a big fan of those guys, I think these guys are just so strong off spawn. If they can get out of Steamy or spawn, I think they're just bound to have a good day.
Yeah, and you know, we've already kind of talked about Andalex, Sneezy, and X-Squeeze. Me and Levin have both hyped them up enough. I truly believe that these guys are going to be top 3 at least, right? But you know, Shio's pick is going to flick an ass and Thomas HD. How can someone not predict them out of us all, right? These guys, incredible. You know, coming off of a huge placement last season, 3rd in that finals, really big performance. They've stuck together so far and they've played fantastic so far. And they are currently uncontested coming into Dirty Docks. And really, a lot of people might struggle with that, right? They might go, how are we going to get our Storm Surge tags from this uncontested spot, despite the fact we have tons of this loot? But when you have Thomas HD on your team, he's going to hit those snipes. You're going to get your Storm Surge.
When you're hitting people for 262 to their dome, you'll be all right. You'll get that Storm Surge you need, because that is absolutely a major factor we saw yesterday. Trio's just not finding it. But guess what, Fortnite fam? It's game time. That's right. Find your seats on the battle bus, and let's go over and hang out with Shio Wager and Sancho West as we kick off heat number 4 here from EU.
Thank you so much, Levin, Reese, and Zeke. It is time now in EU for the hardest heat. It's Shio Wager and Sancho West driving, so hop in the back seat. Sancho, we have so many good teams here, and just 8 can make it through towards the finals.
This is what we're talking about. The table is set. Over 100 players that made it to the finals. It's kind of insane how crazy this is gonna be, man. I'm just so stacked, man. I'm really, really hyped for this. This is what we're talking about. There is 8 slots available to go to the semifinals. There is 1 slot that's going to be determined in the reboot round. Let's go.
Let's go and break down exactly who we're watching all the way around. You guys just saw a little bit of a hint of Kinzel over at Coral Castle. We've got Flick and Nos and Thomas HD. I feel like they're going to do really well today, because past the qualifiers, they're now uncontested, unleashed to take on everyone else. And of course, fan favorites Benjyfishy paired with Amplify and Maxwell rolling in with an uncontested Slurpee Swamp as well. So Sancho, these guys are getting to play with their game plans. It's just that mid and end game, which will be the biggest thing that decides who gets to stay on top.
And no doubt, Thomas HD does have that ultimate answer in the hands of a sniper. You put a sniper in his hand, he's going to not only maybe find a knock, but also valuable storm tags. And another hint at a developing story is this contested drop that we have here at Steamy Stacks between Refsguard's trio and Seventor's trio. Levin's pick to say they are great off-spawn fighters right now. Nothing has occurred. No knocks, no elims. Peace so far.
It's that game 1 mojo. You already know that everyone takes it super seriously and has this passive type of game plan to make that end game and really get themselves the points needed to have a pedestal for the rest of the day. The thing though is, after game 1, Sancho, after maybe one team doesn't do too well in the final circle, then we'll see some crazy things out of Stormy right 100% Link jumping right in.
Right, it's like there's a chink in the armor. They have to figure it out. What kind of day is Seventor having? What kind of day is Refsguard's having? If they're both on fire, then they're gonna have long drawn out fights, and before you know it, they're gonna trip up each other as they're making the rotations. We kind of saw it already in previous heats where there was a big fight down there at the Slurpee factory, and all of a sudden those teams are taking each other out, like Kiriachi and ADN's trio basically took each other out. But now we have a battle happening here with Piera's trio going against another Sweaty Sand contestant. We already saw in the drop spot maps this fight will occur, and we have been seeing in the previous FNCS season that Sweaty Sands can be very fruitful. But Shio, we have yet to see consistent placements out of this POI.
It's really nice when it's uncontested, because then you can kind of condition the rest of the map around you. But every time you end up fighting in Sweaty Sands, it kind of hinders your game, I think, for the entire 6 as well, because neither team wants to leave. Right now, you can't even get to loot or really move around the map to gain position for Surge. You're locked into this 3v3 fight. And right now, it looks like Barrera has one of his teammates still in the fray inside those builds. But we'll tune in with that in just a little minute. An update on Benjyfishy, done looting up in Slurpee. But Sancho, we've seen the RPG be so dominant and so kind of effectful every single game. Even if it's not winning, it affects the story of the team in endgame. And it's right beside his POI in Slurpee Swamp.
Exactly, and now we're seeing a brief moments of the Predator getting destroyed by the Italian trio, Snag, Heatsy, and Steelix. Just yesterday in the previous heat, we saw Shaykos' trio not find success and making it into the top 8 from this POI of Stealthy Stronghold. But we already saw in the qualifying rounds, Snag trio going up against that other trio of Shaykos, and Snag did not work out. Let's see if it works out for them today.
Yeah, two very different ideologies. The thing with Shaykos is always like they like to mirror other teams, be kind of a counter-intelligence type of trio, always working off of, you know, the advantage you want to push. Now with Snag, I think for these guys, it's more about gaining control on the map, gaining control off the POI. If they don't have anyone contesting them, they get to play their game out more. They don't have the hindrance of Shaykos this time. Haven't really seen that happen on broadcast just yet. It'll be cool to watch today.
And what we definitely, everybody around the world, Fortnite fans want to see is Benji getting the championship. I mean, that's one of the crowd favorite, no doubt. I wish we were at LAN right now because you hear the, right? You can hear that roar of the crowd when Benji's on the screen, because it's always the same story for him. He's ultimately going to be judged on how well he performs today. And it's basically championship or bust for Benji. That is the kind of reputation he has to fill up. And that pressure riding with Benji is amplifying Matzo, who have been very strong so far, and they've been gelling so quickly. It's been such a big surprise. And let's take a look at this map here, Shayo.
Yeah, right now, just looking at everyone still kind of going on their own way with their own game plan. Don't see much conflict anywhere else. Colossal Coliseum will be one of those places that usually ends up breaking out in catastrophic fights first, but it's actually Sweaty Sands that has a huge fight breaking out. Now Pereira out of builds, has to drop down too far. Oh my goodness. And that's a big one.
There's nothing like a sprained ankle in Fortnite, and it's going to put him down on a knock stand. It's going to put this trio in a disadvantage here. It's a 2v3, and Danny opens up the belt. He gets hit right in the face here. You get a kind of nice trade here, but they're all in full pursuit. Yasin here, there's some decent trades that's happening, but not enough, and that trio is getting eliminated so quickly. And that's how fast it could happen, Shayo. In a blink of an eye, you drop down, ran out of mats, boom, knock state. All of that it is that ultimate green light to go right into box diving.
Oh, absolutely. The biggest thing too is that now that there was since there was a fight there in Sweaty Sands, multiple teams around know that there isn't someone trying to control all the mountains around it. They'll push in fast and see what happens.
Now, this is a trio that you picked to be able to be really doing well today here in the heats. This is a very historic trio. I mean, no doubt, I literally was about to pick this trio and look for, they found some success coming out of that caddy corner. So far, this POI of caddy corner has not produced a top 8 in the heat stage. But I told the analyst that recent Lemon was like, Sancho, Analyx's trio is the best trio in the EU region, and they know caddy like the back of their hand. Do not worry. And so far, Shayo, 4 points with 2 elims to start off the run.
Yeah, the top teams usually end up staying on top. We've seen it happen in many of the heats prior. But I feel like when it's the final heats, when the stakes are slightly even more elevated, that type of push towards the top becomes even more difficult. You were talking about Benji, the fact that he wants to, you know, not only make the championship, but at the same time perform well every single day. There's definitely a lot of teams shooting for first. Analyx will definitely have his hands full trying to climb towards the top.
And Analyx has that experience of being in first in any kind of tournament that Fortnite has to offer. This man literally has 25 first place finishes, Shayo.
That's a pattern that I hope gets repeated today, because there have been some teams that have missed out multiple times. Sniper in tow doesn't actually land right there, but still, once again, game 1, the vibes will always be slow. We'll watch this speed up from 2 onwards when those adjustments are made. I'm liking the fact that these guys pushed fast out of their POI and actually made circle before the storm caught up. That's one thing we see Misty and Caddy sometimes lacking on in terms of speed and getting towards the map. And no one's really around them. There's no one here to stop them either. That's one of the circumstances that happened with that Sweaty fight going down. There's no room for anyone to come back and zone hold all the way near Salty Towers. I think Jury, Aura, and Estatum or Esitum were the closest trio towards Sweaty Sands after that fight finished. Won't be anyone around them either. Everyone's pushed towards the north. so fast, trying to catch that dead side, trying to catch any positional advantage. It's all about being in the best place for Beams right now to stay ahead of Surge.
And we already took a sneak peek at the map of the zone. We saw that it's all the way up in the north side. It has a big chunk of it is in the Colossal Coliseum. Craggy Cliffs is at play so far, so that's why you're seeing these rotations. And it becomes a game of looking for Storm Surge tags. And we already saw on the previous day in Heat number 2 how Storm Surge was a huge factor.
Absolutely, and just to give you the pressure or kind of an idea of the pressure on the map right now, only one trio has gone down. So there's about 96 other people just looking, eyes open for those tags right now, and it might be Wallflower versus Andalex and company, just close by. 4 trios now held up at, what is this, the Butter Barn, or just, no, this is one of the gas stations right beside it. Yeah. So people are trying to fuel up, but you know, no points here just yet. It's top 17 that the team's gonna hit for that placement to come in. Right now, it's all about the elims and the tags, which is what every team is trying to do. And he's actually getting tagged up as they drive. There won't be that much damage. Mobile snipe also doesn't land, but I'm liking the idea.
Oh, it would have been such a nice highlight. And you're already seeing this pressure of the zone causing Benji's trio to leave so quickly. Look at their situation. Normally they would have a lot more powerful weapons, but look at their loadout that they have, not that strong. And meanwhile, we're seeing other teams rotating in, and you're just seeing it's a very decent spread so far. Everyone getting to zone very early. A lot of bases set up all around the center of the zone.
Nice tags from Benji right there. One big thing to mention today is also the frequency in which these players have been playing. Andalex, NAE, and Squeeze qualified in the first qualifier and haven't seen, you know, main stage competition for about 2 weeks. So will that really affect the performance today? Same thing with Benji, right? Missing out last week.
Yep.
We talked about momentum. They might not have that much running into today, but they can build a lot in this first game. And they already have 83 down and now up to 174 in the blink of an eye on damage.
Hey, Benji's been keeping his mind sharp. I've seen this man play chess, and he knows how to play chess on a decent level, but hey, he is one of the greatest masterminds here in Fortnite. He's going to try to put it together with some new friends. You know, he's always has the Mongers, the Mitros, the Savages with him. Now he has Amplify and Matzo in tow.
I like kind of the diversity of that trio as well in terms of how they navigate towards the end game. Usually a lot of the time with ADN, I always see Matzo Amplify preferring that mid to low ground, but with Benji, they get the additive addition of having this flare on height, having this flare on the retakes as well. It's more of a spiky trio, more so than the ball, very armored ball they used to be. Stuck them down to Diablo as well in a very good spot. Flicking Nos Thomas HD. One of the biggest things for them from Dirty Docks is staying ahead on Surge. Everyone knows that Thomas is good with the snipes.
Yep.
But you can't always rely on one single person to be online 24/7. It's a team effort, especially in this heat. I'm already just looking at the list right now, Sancho. There's about 12 teams that I would say are a guarantee of pushing in. Not even, as I think more, about half this heat easily deserves that top 8. But we know at least 7 of those teams will be super upset. And then there's the rest of the lobby who's looking for their first chance to roll into those grand finals. Man, so many cool stories are going to be built today.
And we saw yesterday the new green teams making a huge statement and getting in very dominantly against the big names. So that's what's on the line. And Reese, I've talked to him about it, and he said, man, anyone could win today, any of those 8. So we could get those top 12 teams. They may not even make it. That's what's on the line here. Stasio lighting up the feed with some big time knocks here. And here's a battle that's happening between some 2 EU Titans here. It is Benji's trio going up against Andretta's trio. And here comes Flick, Thomas, and Anas.
The Coliseum has 4 walls, so many ways to penetrate these fights. Good pickup from Benji, but Matzo took a lot of damage so far. They have that shield reserve, jumping right in straight to the box. The spray does not stop. Actually pushing backflip from the other angle. Rotary Squad gets wiped.
What a pinch.
And now they're head-to-head, eye-to-eye with an Ox.
Yeah. Here we go, and look, the Storm Surge is affecting Thomas, and this is not the way kind of battle you want to have. This box fight against Benji, Amplify, and Matzo, and at the same time, dealing with Storm Surge. You're barely just above 56, and looks like 7 have to go down, so this aggressive stance, this may not work well for Flick and Austin Thomas. They may lose somebody in this engagement.
Yeah, no snipes to be able to be shot here, and trying to dive into Amplify and Matzo's box. I mean, talked about how this trio used to be an armored ball. They still have that quality. They still will not let any shots go through the cracks. Meanwhile, on the backside, we see another big build at the center mountain. just exploding with 4 different trios. Everyone is now cracking under the pressure. 730 damage above from Benji, Matzo, and Amplify. They're playing a completely different game.
Yeah, and we saw them in their Storm Surge. They were just above it, but they took that engagement on top of the Colossal Coliseum that was able to get them comfortably. So now they could just sit back and play defensive. And now we have other teams that are still infected by the Storm Surge. We have Red Guards and Dreda. This is where Dreda's Trio's at, going up against 7tor's Trio. Storming Right going down here. It's a 2-3 advantage for Dreda's Trio. So far, rocking with 2 points here, doing their best to get this no tag success. They're trying to go back up there. Couple of tags sent down by 7tor. Dreda having this opportunity to get the 7tor without any shield is doing his best. Not enough, but what a strong finish right there, and a great trio, right? For Dreda's Trio. This is one of these old school names trying to take back the helm, Shio.
Might not be off spawn, but these guys are destined to fight throughout the day. It's going to happen on the rotation along the way too. 7tor was actually, slated to win that off spawn fight, at least for a majority of these games. So maybe that confidence falters now. Still, Colossal Coliseum got a few more floors added, but it's a Coliseum nonetheless. Gotta remember that Thomas and Austin Click are down on that surge for now. Also have to look at the map and how it's been moving currently for all the teams. It's so clustered on the south side. The zone moves towards the north. That rotation will be so difficult, especially with that mountain base right there. A bunch of windows just open to keep taking tags, and we're in the semifinals, Sancho. People don't miss in this lobby.
And no, you're already seeing the investment. We're about to get to the 4th zone. That 4th zone is going to push a little bit more centralized here. We're not yet at that 5th zone. The half in and half out had that, which has basically been that benchmark, the checkpoint for any team that has height control, usually crosses the finish line for the victory royale in the match. In the 7th and 8th zone, we do see some high ground retakes, but time will tell. Where does that 5th zone pull?
The setup basically happens once we see exactly where the zone bounces. Looks like people are already moving out of that hill, so it 100% goes towards the Coliseum. Yes, just right beside it, so it's not decommissioned just yet. We still see some action in the arena. Dreda, Refsguard, and Scramble will have to move, and already, Sanch, you see their mats. You see a little bit of chip damage on every single HP bar. They've had some rough troubles along the way.
And at the same time, a Colossal Coliseum finish, if it's in the distance, if it's looming, we already saw that it took out a lot of the lobby when they had to get in the final match of Heat 2. And we saw the improbable of Cammy's Trio walking away with the victory royale. Let's take a look at the map. It's just not in, but still, it's going to be an opportunity. You mentioned, Shia, where layers will be added to the Colossal Coliseum. That's where you see 3 trios stacked up here, adding those layers, and it's become its ultimate, like a nice position to build to height.
Yeah, Penthouse 4 is basically the topic of conversation for the Coliseum, but now everyone else will be clustered amongst that northern side. That next bounce will be so huge. A lot of people also 0-point rotating. It's nice, but if you mistime that jump, you can take a lot of damage. Benjyfishy Amplifier still not in. Snag finds one from the north side. This show knows exactly how to rotate, and they are really manipulating every single team around them to their, honestly, advantage.
It's going to be a tough rotation, though. As you can see, a lot of eyes are not only walking towards this way, but they have so many other obstacles. If they could get in the sand, Shio, they could give them a brief opportunity to, as you see, they're electing to go the bouncer route, but just look at the amount of arrows in their path already in the safe zone. Question is, how many people are already sand tunneling as the lobby focus now starts to pick on the Italians?
No, there's like 17 people looking at them, even if they got the hide in the sand. Heat vision is basically active.
Yeah, I know.
Multiply
that by like 2. Oh my God, I was gonna say multiply that by 2 because that's how many eyes are on that, and I can't do quick math, but you're just seeing how difficult that was. Yes, they won the engagement on the outside of the zone, but yeah, man, rotations are gonna be tough in these heats.
And Frey also near high ground takes huge damage, so it's not only the rotations, but the people in their bases right now who are still getting rattled on by ARs and shotguns. Refsguard 500 damage above will not be affected by Surge right now. That's really the reason why everyone's so angsty. Raze finds one, but then Frey goes down with Raze as well. That trio taken out in a high position on the map.
Yeah, we're seeing this trio here. Like I said, they're trying to take back the helm. And Dreda placed 5th in the previous FNCS trio. And now he's going back, teaming up with his longtime running mates of Scram and Restguard here. So they are doing really well. They find the Storm Surge tags. They got the elims. Now they just have to rack up the placement points. We're still about 4 placements away from getting those points accrued.
And one team we're not seeing enough of, but is making all the right rotations behind the scenes, kind of like an extra in the background, is Blackie's trio. Just went right through that little snake bridge in the sand that Benji and Matsu are following right now as well. They're going to be based up fast. I'm hyped to see how they do in this end game, making all the right rotations. Benji, Matsu, and Amplify sneak through the bottom of a few builds to get a free box. Shmeki and you have height. That's the trio that just took out Frey and Raze. They have a big refresh and can make those builds up again. Snazy got knocked down in the rotation, so Endalex's game will slow down. It's Patty who has ultimate height on the server.
Yeah, and Patty and Knifer are making their migration back from the console track, so let's see how that ride goes out. As you've seen Bato going down in the feet to Flecken. Now Benji, now they're cooking. They're on the low ground here. They're getting better. They still haven't found that upgrade in that power loot. You want to see Benji with the big-time hitters, as you see Airwalks and Etsy getting confirmed, so that trio has been eliminated right before placements. And you know their playstyle. They haven't found any, most likely, any elims, so they're going to require a lot of placement points, so that's going to hurt their ride.
That's a perfect placement trio. That's not looking too perfect in game 1 right now. And Dreda, though, still speeds up, gets another. Benji doing the classic drop down onto that trio, though, after they're trying to loot over. And yeah, with Airwalks down, we'll see how that goes. In terms of a lot of other trios around, there's picks being made across the server. We're already into placement before that 6th zone even starts. So people are riled up. It hasn't even started moving yet. In 1 second, we'll see exactly what starts to happen. We're moving towards the north. That's where there's a lot of old builds too.
And on this layer, Shio, it is Thomas's layer, so that's why they're electing to go down just a little bit. Now we got a nice stair tarp going forward. See, they're right underneath Thomas's layer. Let's see how everything else is shaking out. Shmeki's trio is at height. You're seeing a outer rotation from Deceptos and Kinzel and Wakey, who are still in this fight. You have Cookie's trio are sitting in the front of the zone.
Absolutely. On the right side, we have Analyx and Sweeze looking for a fight towards the top side. Shmeki's actually keeping ultimate height very low towards the 2nd trio below their box. So that means they have a good chance to do more damage, but an RPG active, and Shmeki has to rebuild. They have to be very careful. This might be a little bit greedy, keeping height this low. Look at all the angles these bottom trios below them having a chance to shoot down. So it's going to be you having to be very careful. This is a very risky thing to do, but then they do so much more damage to builds and have better shots for tags.
And that was Stasia's trios with that RPG, setting it up to height, as Shmeki is the new trio holding out there. Now we're in the placement point, so every elim will be a bonus. Remember, 2 points for every elim. And what a great rotation coming here from Benji, Matzo, Amplify. Avoiding all the chaos here. They're looking good. The question is, can they have that damage output that they're gonna need when it gets a little bit messy down low?
Who's trying to take the throne after game 1 is the question. Many different trios still up and alive. It's a mess towards the middle of this amalgamation of builds. Still high ground reigns true. Storm Surge damage is striking from the skies. Flickanos and Thomas are moving straight towards the forward portion of this entire tarp. Blackie following close behind. Back on the right side, though, you see on the bottom right, Benji having a little bit of trouble moving in, but he's leading the tarp for his team. Revscard, though, out of gas. 6 eliminations. They've had such a good game so far, but now have to dive into the depths of the server. Freestyle mode up with the shots. Nothing really connecting just yet. Flick finds one. Adreda with another as well. Mirza going down, and now we're in the top 9.
They are doing all that they can to survive, hoping to get builds from the Harpoon. No builds, and that's what sent them down to the low ground completely. And yeah, they found a little bit here, and Deceptos is out now, but let's see what Benji, Amplify, and Matzo can do. They're so far looking really good, but they're very limited in builds, down to the soft mats, as Shmeki picks up another elim in the feed, set up at height against Blackie.
Oh my God, we're in a valley right now, and it feels like, yes, it actually looks like everyone has to move up towards that mountain. So you, Jams, and Shmeki, making a bridge of destiny, trying to get there before everyone else. If they get to squeeze this server, they're already at 8 elims. They can hit double digits even more and guarantee a win.
Benji's trio took out Flick's trio right there. So that's a big battle down below. But my concern is, where's the ammo going to come from you? Where's the pressure? There's no shots ringing out, so they can't do anything here. But we're in a top 5 situation. So big to get into that top 3 where the placement points are going to kind of magnify so much. Andalix, Snazzy, and Xweeze are still up. Benji is still up. Thomas HC is a solo fighter all alone. Can he hold on and get some valuable placement points?
Oh my god, so close, but it looks like high ground's out of steam. They have to come and drop down. Alex don't look so healthy and good. No builds, but his shot is active. Full trio waiting, watching for just one person to drop down. It's Matzo who's the target right now. Caught between a trio. Sandwich, half HP as well. He's just waiting at the pitch. The high ground trio drops. Alex has the shots, but it's not enough. It'll be you with no ammo, just a shotgun dropping down, picking things up. 11 eliminations off that game, Sancho. What a beautiful high ground hold. What a phenomenal game.
Yo, what we had the big names there at the very end. You had Thomas HD, who usually clutches in the solo performance, almost making it to a top finish. But yo, we talk about box dives all day, but you decided to dip into the river and dive himself into a victory royale. What a great finish, Shayo.
Absolutely. That was more than 8 teams that were performing so well and had good end games. We need that analyst desk with Zeke, Reese, and Levin to really show us what we missed that game.
Let's go, Sancho. Let's go, Shy Wager, the first game of heat number 4. That was a nail biter. And guys, I gotta be honest, this is not a trio that I'm super familiar with. Are you guys familiar with this trio? Because I feel like this is a similar case yesterday where we had these newer trios kind of show up and take the spotlight away from these higher profile trios we're used to seeing.
I've heard of Jams plenty before, but with his trio mates, I've got to say, not that familiar at all. You know, clearly are an experienced team and can actually perform on this situation, though. You know, they were on that high ground, got claimed it early, and managed to actually do what they needed to do. But you know, some things we didn't see. We saw at the end game there, Snazy, Andlex, and XP's completely kind of popping off low ground, tons of eliminations, and this is where it started. We thought they were going to be uncontested at Catty Corner, but no, not at all. They managed to pick up 2 of the eliminations there because of that.
Yeah, and you can take a look here what happened near the center of the map. Well, not nearly center, pretty much near. You can see, right, when you have a team landing Cammy split that isn't actually Cammy, it seems like nobody actually respects them. And so we saw the retail team, the lazy team, both looking to try and W key that team landing that Cammy split. And it was actually the retail team that was able to pick up the snipe and secure that elimination there. So it'll be interesting to see how that sort of plays out. But once again, right, we've seen this in other heat chat where when it's not Cammy actually landing at Cammy split, teams just don't seem to respect them, I guess.
Yeah, they don't put respect on the name at all, right? They should, but one of the things we missed out on, you know, looking at the up at Sweaty Stacks in the corner there, sorry, Steamy Stacks in the corner there, you know, we had the 2 teams contesting each other. We had Stormy Right's team going against Andrea's team, and neither team fought off spawn. You know, it's been a story we've been thinking of, hyping it up. Neither team was fighting there, but once they rotated out, Stormy Right got a big headshot snipe to knock down, I think it was Ref's guard that went down. And we thought, okay, this fight's finally going to happen at this point. But Andrea's team turned it around, as we ended up seeing live on the broadcast, and managed to pick up the 3 eliminations there. So that fight so far is leading in the way of Andrea's team.
Yeah,
at least for now, right?
Well, yeah, like, at least for now, right? It is just the first game. There are many more still to come. I think it was a bit of a blessing and a curse, the way I'd put it, right? Because I'm pretty sure the only reason they really do engage in that fight is because they hit like the initial snipe, right? So they have the confidence. They're thinking, hey, we have the upper hand going in here, and then they end up losing, which isn't too great. So we'll see though now, because Andrea's won that fight there, they might think, off spawn, we're not going to just engage. We're going to take it to you because clearly we're the ones hitting our shots today.
And that's going to be like those little things, right? It's like finding those little advantages may not always go in your favor, but sometimes it might, right? It just depends on how the outcome kind of unfolds itself and unravels before us. Guys, we're going to get ready to jump into game in just a second, but we have a little window here to kind of talk about maybe things that you guys are seeing from just this first game. Do you feel that it's different from the games coming out of yesterday, heat number 2? Do you think it's the same? What are your thoughts?
So here's my thing.
Oh, baby, here we go.
When we were looking at that end game, we took a wide angle shot, right? Cameras panning round. We see the entire lobby down below. And you know what I see? I see the same big names that we've talked about. I've seen Benji, Amplify, Matzo up as a full trio. I see Andlex, X-Squeeze down on low ground. Full trio, full HP, you know, except from U's team, not you two, but the player U up on high ground. Pretty much every other team down there was a veteran player. Thomas Nax and Flick HD. There's too many names, I'm combining them all together. But this team has all of these top level teams popping off in this first game, the teams that we expected to do very well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that endgame was, what you probably would have expected coming into this heat, right? All the names you'd expect to see, apart from basically the team who ended up winning the game, right? They were sort of the team that snuck in and stole the show. But I think it'll be interesting to see how this kind of plays out now, right? Because what we saw yesterday is we saw teams who weren't necessarily high ground teams, but more of experienced teams, sort of taking the initiative, being like, hey, look, we can take height here. No one's really going to give us too many problems. Obviously, teams did give them issues and it didn't necessarily work out. But we might see with Flick and Nas, we might see with Andalex, teams who, they are more accustomed to playing mid and low, but have shown they can dominate on high ground, just go, hold on a minute. Looking over their shoulder, they're thinking, nobody's really going to give us an issue. So maybe it's the height is ours for the taking.
Well, I mean, we know height wins games, right? We've seen it. So being able to control that and take that control into your trio's hands, that could be the difference maker here. We're gearing up for the next game of the FNCS. This is heat number 4. Remember, it is the top 8 trios that place will move on to the finals next week. Your 9th through 16th placing teams will move on to the reboot round, and that will take place after the 6 matches today. So if you like Fortnite, you're liking what you're seeing, stick around. There's plenty more. And of course, don't forget, NA East, NA West after that. That's right, we've got 3 different regions for your viewing pleasure. But with that being said, it's time. We're jumping back into the action. So Sancho West, Shire Wager, back over to you, my friends.
Oh, Benji, Andalex, Thomas HD, all these names we were focused on going into game 1 today, but it's you who comes out on top with the shotgun shots in game number 1 and a beautiful high take, Sancho. I feel like all these new teams kind of want it more and will show us more today.
Ooh, yes, I like that. They want it a little bit more. When you haven't had a taste of the finals, when you haven't had an opportunity to play for the bag, you're just a little bit more hungrier, You have that little eye of the llama, right, ready to go. You want to be able to climb the top, and it's not going to be easy, though. Hey, and it's not going to be easy if you're a big name out there. You're going to have to work for it. You're going to have to earn it. And that's what just happened this last match right there. You saw the biggest in the EU region literally on the low ground fighting, and you saw a big old scrum kind of break out at the very end. But it was you and the trio were able to walk away with a victory royale. I just love this underdog story that we have developing here, Shio.
Yeah, it's happening every single heat. It's a pattern you see across a few regions as well. But then after a few games, and honestly, even at game 2, you realize what experience actually ends up offering you, right? You see
True.
James, you, and Schmecky landing over at Hunter's Haven. A POI can give you a lot of control over on the map, but for people like Andretta's Scram and Refsguard, who have a good game 1 or have something happen, experience that you have lets you have a huge playbook to pivot off of. You get to adjust your gameplay and compare what you're doing now to the millions of games you've played before as well. So see exactly what happens over here. It was very passive before, but Scram landing at Steamy, with a lot of his HP taken out. I feel like Seventor's angry. He wants to have this fight and he wants to start it fast.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. I really believe the Seventor trio who went down on their rotation wants some, like, they know they could be better. And look at Revscar gets tagged and he has to go up and out through the stack itself to avoid that. I think that may be the signals for a full-on retreat. And that's what's so advantageous of the Steamy stacks is you could disengage if you like.
Yeah, they were dreaming about peace, I think, in game 1. That, hey, maybe we can have this split work out. But now they woke up, realized who they are. They're an aggressive off-spawn trio. So do what you do. Get those beams, dump in those boxes before those rotations happen. Still 2 big uncontested spots, 3 actually in Caddy with Andalex, Thomas HD over at Dirty Docks, and then Benji at Slurpee. I mean, there's no random correlation as to why these guys were alive and doing so well towards the mid and end game. They have this huge setup and a game plan that'll go unhindered for the majority of these games. I'm just worried about these trios later on if things start to change.
Just taking a look at the leaderboard here, U's trio walking away with the #1 spot. Andalex coming in 2nd place. Amplify's trio is in 3rd. Refsguard's in 4th. Homio's Demon and DK. Oh my goodness. Out of nowhere with the ambush, not letting me finish. It's Flawless coming in hot with the Dragon's Breath shotgun and getting a big time knock on Jaggy. And Rotary was one of those other teams that must be angry. Look at how aggressive they are pushing against, the boys kind of said it. If that's not Cammy at that split, no respect. No respect
whatsoever. And
no respect.
Yeah, they had that little bit of a collision course at Colossal Coliseum. This time Jaggy tried to set up a trap. they're not going to be happy about that. And Big Pop and Flois to make sure he doesn't go down right now. The MTP trio at Craggy Cliffs having some trouble off spawn, even with some knocks that we're seeing up early, even with the beams. The most impressive thing so far is that no trio has gone down. There's no pattern in game 2 where, you know, now you have some cheese strat that ends up getting you a quick 3K. That's not going to happen. It's still going to be so difficult, so thick to move through for all these teams.
And I kind of feel like these trios are kind of evenly matched, right? They're going to go trade blow for blow. They're going to trade edit for edit. They're going to be in this long fight, and a Craggy Cliffs drawn out fight, not going to be fruitful, man. They're laying the seeds, though, to get some very elim points here and there. Maybe they're getting Storm Surge, but I just feel like this kind of investment is only short term. It's not going to be that long-term vibe that you're looking for because it's just taking a little bit too long.
For context for the MTP trio, just in general, they're coming in at the second lowest seed of the day. So they have a lot to prove. And they're probably the most inexperienced or the most less experienced trio coming through in the day in terms of having the experience off spawn to fight. Heine actually going down fast is all Debrito up top. Magute also on the side to look for a few shots. XT doing a really good job, though, of staying together. Craggy always a POI where when you fight, if one of the trios gets split, it's so easy to isolate and dive down on one person's box. Remember, MTP had height coming into this, and they get completely reversaled on. Still at Sweaty Sands, absolutely sweaty. It's hot, it's sticky. This fight will not stop for 6 games.
No, not at all. The pace continues here, but it was a different result where Piera's trio went down. This may be the other side of the coin. Yasin gets a knock on Piera there. The fight is still continuing on, and yes, looks like Locos trio wins that fight again. So now we're just seeing like the same type of thing, you know, like Locos trio is maybe has a little bit of a better advantage here. They're getting the 19 points. They have a better momentum going forward. But I feel like we've seen this tale before. It's a tale as old as time. Contested drops. You may be able to walk away with a couple of wins early on in the set of 6 matches, but it's those games 5, game 6, where other teams are going to be a little bit more aggressive. They're going to throw everything at the wall and see what kind of spaghetti sticks. That is where it's going to trip up a team that has something to play for in that top 8.
I would assume they even trip up in game 2. It's actually really, really odd to see the same things happening across the map. Yeah, Steam is a little bit more aggressive, but once again, just one trio down. I've historically called game 2 the game of adjustments, but none are being made and everyone's sticking to their confident plan. I like that. MTP taken out, by the way, in the feed, so that's the second trio. But at the same time, you don't get to see it that much. So really curious to see how this end game looks and if maybe there's another newer team that hasn't hit a grand finals trying to control the lobby. We're going to catch a Sedum and Jury. They're rolling in as well, currently inside one of the top spots. 8th place currently out for that first game, 18 points. So once again, having a good start to the day, but this time there will be a knock on the door from Holly Hedges over to Bandage Shop, so to say. They're trying to fight.
That's the thing is like, the question is, are they looking for Storm Surge tags and they're going to dip, or they're trying to fight? That's the kind of thing. You make a bet, will it pay off here? And sometimes the bet could cost you your lobby. It goes send you back to lobby. You make it lobby. The elim to lobby ratio will be kind of nullified. You know what I mean? That's what maybe ended up happening. People on social media love to talk about ratio, but usually these kind of fights, they're not good for each other. And that's why you see this nice disengagement, intelligent, smart play. You like that. You want to see that more.
At the power levels of both those POIs as well. It's not like Sweaty's pushing into Holly or trying to cancel out someone coming in from Rainbow Rentals. That's Holly versus like, you know, the scavenger route. Like both those teams will have kind of the same loot. Not the best idea to really break down that fight. Over here though, usually, you know, oh, is it a shotgun that's gonna make the difference between how these fights go? Is it position? No, it's an unknown force that you can't really grab onto on screen. This is ego leaking through for both these teams. They want to own this POI. A big drop down onto Stormy Red as well. He flies away, but he gets beamed at the same time.
I mean, we saw before, we saw Scram get beamed, we saw Revscar get beamed, now Stormy Red gets beamed. Who's gonna go ahead and make that commitment to the fight? We haven't yet to see it. We have yet to see the box diving, we have yet to see the pressure, and still another intelligent disengagement does occur. They see the value in the rotation, they decide to go ahead and push up the coast considering zone is nearby.
And talking about that zone, last time it was way more central towards the map. It forced this team to basically have a sword fight all the way towards Colossal Coliseum. And I feel like Ref's guard actually hit the first slash on the chest of 7tor, which caused them to lose. This time though, no sword fight. It'll kind of be like two friends driving off to multiple, you know, pathways of life as Ref's guard goes towards his left side of the map a little bit, or the right side. And then 7tor sticks towards the other way, but they're still aiming towards the, you know, both ways.
Hey, it's been a long time, but no doubt they will see each other again. That's the kind of traveling road they are on right now. We took a look at the map right there. We're already seeing it's a very centralized zone. There is a llama near the center, so someone may find that nice little piñata treat. But you have to be careful. I mean, now I'm thinking about the centralized zone. You have to say, where's Benji's? Benji's trio have to make a crazy rotation in. You also have to talk about Analyx trio. They have to make a crazy rotation in as well. And I feel like the theme of today, it's going to be a very sandy in game. Sometimes it's just like that. Sometimes you have an in game, like a finals or heats, where it's all mountain finishes. Sometimes it's all aquatic. I think this time you got to get those flip flops, man. It's time to be a sandy finish.
Not still talking about flip flops. There's been lots of flip and flop from every single team inside heats. You'll have a bunch of, you know, really good games, and then maybe 1 or 2 makes a difference. You're not staying in top 8, but at the same time, on the flip side, for you, Jams and Schmecky, it might just be one game that makes you qualify. You might have a huge flip forward, and we're looking at where the zone is right now. They have control. Once again, it's near Hunter's Haven. It's near that desert, so they're really comfortable in their shoes right now.
This trio is not comfortable at the moment. You have to see they're going to have to make this rotation, and luckily there is sand options here. We have been seeing Salty Towers in the EU region be an ultimate place to pop up, but a big time hit against Slick right now. He's going to have to retreat a little bit now. But look at this. Look, you heard that crack right there and that hit. Now the trio, you've seen the white arrows are kind of coming around. They're looping around. And there's going to be a big time engagement happening here. This is going to be a good old fashioned storm fight. And again, Storm Surge is going to be a factor because look, only 2 trios are gone down so far.
A pincer type rotation from the Scorpion looking trio in the desert. They've already affected a little bit, but this might actually give Mirza, Sick, and Slove enough room to actually slither out. Huge for them on time if they actually get to do it. Slove all the way on the back end. Will he get tagged? No, he's fine. Nice.
Now we have a look at the map overall. The new zone has been revealed for zone 2. Now you see the positions on that map. So Thomas HD's trio is looking going to be really good. Analyx trio is going to look really good considering that to move that far. And folks, in the competitive level, they know exactly where to go to find Storm Surge tags. They know exactly where to go to get those prime spots just in case hype pulls. So Deceptos, Kinsell, and Wakey, they're 120 below. 19 people have to go down here. So they have a minute here to get a little bit more insurance, but they got to get above, man. They got to get above and more. They're in a great position for these Storm Surge tags, but so far, not a lot of people moved in. They're all built up in hard mats. There's no opportunities. They don't see any kind of sliver of anyone rotating going their way. Just look at the arrows, Shio. There's no one heading their way at the moment. This is going to be really tough. They got to have to push someone soon.
It's a time trial, and they have no slave slots or safe slots.
Mm-hmm.
Now it'll still be that fight over at Salty Towers. These guys don't have to worry about Surge at all. I thought Slove was going to get out for free. Not the case. 300 damage above 2, so they actually don't want to take this fight at all.
Very tough situation, man. You could feel the storm just raining down on them. Now you see this is why the Storm Surge has caused this push right here from Kinzell's trio against the trio of Arion, part of a very... So look at this. What a great way to disengage from that and catch another trio. What a great call from the IGL. But they're still below Storm Surge. They haven't found enough hits. Now they're getting closer and closer as Storm and Right actually takes off Ref's guard. So that fight is still going on in their rotation. They go right back in. Wakey's in trouble now, and he gets eliminated so quickly. He has not yet been confirmed, but all the shots go down. The power of Storm Surge has caused this pinball effect.
Wow.
Deceptos gets one against Raz. So many trades happening. Birch's trio is in this fight, and Kinzell, the 2-time DreamHack champion, is now going to have to go solo the rest of the way. But can he do it? That's going to be a huge ask, but he does have a lot of heals. Oh, man, it just like in a blink of an eye, that engagement went off, and all of a sudden, a strong trio in Deceptos, Wake, and Kinzel down to 1.
Still a chance. There's a little bit of, I think, 2 POIs and a half available inside the zone for the reboot, but jump back in those bills will be difficult. Slove also in trouble moving in. Still good on Surge, ticking down. Only 5 trios gone down so far. Taking a look at everything else happening on this left side of the map. It'll be a bunch of people basically getting affected by the filter of the zone. I thought the zone would also kind of stay towards the right side or the bottom side of the map, but if I'm taking a look at actually towards the left, these mountains now, you see about 3 of them that are inside the zone. Having control of these will be huge on which teams will be allowed to dictate the rest of the lobby and be free on Surge. Inside the desert, Sancho, it's more so of a guessing game, right? In game number 1, maybe the zone bounces back here. It's a good chance to go for an investment. If it doesn't pay out, now we're on rotation. But these mountains, even if you don't get zone, you have such freedom of option to move around. So whoever controls them, it'll be huge.
Looks like we won't have a back-to-back Victor Royale as used. Trio most likely is gone. Actually, Benjyfishy getting an elim on Steelix. So the 2 Italian trios are having some issues here in match 2. Now you're seeing the rotation here from Slove, Mirza, and Slick, who almost got eliminated there in the Salty Towers. Yes, here's the rest of that fight that you're seeing here against, oh no, Benji with the greed there, gets hit in the back as someone's trying to sneak in and get a tag. Matzo wraps up Snag and Heatsy right there. So that is it for that Italian trio in this match 2. But as always, at what cost? You got yourself some 6 points, but it may cost you this match here. A lot of lobby focus is coming in. There's still another trio on the left side of Benji's trio that is making their way in here. And yes, it's actually Minzo's trio there. And this is just not going to be good. There's going to be a huge investment to survive as much as possible for Benji's trio here.
Bumper cars between all these teams, and they keep clashing back and forth, but no one's going to go completely off course. I like the fact that Amplify Matzo and Benji move a little bit more towards the right. It'll actually be disadvantageous for Minzo to actually push that. They'll be out of position, so they finally find a little bit of breathing room. They'll be able to play the game. For Benji right now, Sancho, they need one more game, one more good game, about 30 or 40 more points, and they're basically qualified for the finals.
Yeah, we're basically not on previous heats, you know, usually around like 90 to 100 kind of gets you right through, and you could do it. Some teams take 4, some teams literally wait till the last game to get in. You don't want to go anywhere, because even if your favorite team does not get in, we still have one opportunity left, and that is the chaotic, the epic, the unbelievably hype reboot round, and that is going to be a stacker.
Nice try from Slove, man. We've been keeping up with the south side of the map so long. We've had a little bit of a breadth of Matt Amplify and Benjyfishy, but there's like this ominous aura, Sancho, I feel right now.
It's spooky.
Because you want to know why? We haven't had an update from Thomas or Andalex right now. They've probably gotten zone a couple of times. These guys probably look so strong. We're getting fed kind of this story, right? Of, yeah, there's these few cool teams. They'll probably end up being taken out, but there's this 2 dark trios still waiting. We haven't heard anything from them, and they haven't been lit up in the feed at all just yet either.
Could it be the Egram type shadow trio from Dirty Docks, the ghost of Dirty Docks, who just shows up at the very end? But we still have this crazy rotation teams coming from Salty Tower, still making the way. It's amazing to see so many trios from that survive that rotation through the desert, and they're still on their feet going through the 0 points. But now you see the investment into height, as Shayo mentioned, one of those 3 mountains that are prime real estate here for not only a victory out, but to rack up some easy chip damage elims. As you see Slick finally going down, now the chip damage is coming through. So much HP has been exhausted on this rotation. That's why you're seeing how so much damage could be done even though you win in your POI. This is the kind of trials and tribulations and the roadblocks you have to crush through as much as possible just to get through placements. Shayo, we're not even there yet. We're still 4 away.
It's not as fast as last game, but Slove has to make a move. Unfortunately,
it goes down.
Doesn't get to roll it in. The Salty Tower story ends there. Unable to climb the mountain. Will be Bayon that picks it up. You see this team getting a few of their first points as well. Right above Pepper is exactly where Andalex is too. Festering a sinister plot of taking over game number 2. cool to see what they have in store, what their loadouts look like as well. But across the map, you can see around the edges, there are clusters of trios, and there's basically one owner of the land up top looking to drop down shots and dictate how everyone moves.
And Pepper is kind of like the chap of the EU region for the speak for this one. Pepper has been around since the World Cup days, finished 4th in FNCS squads, and he's taken 2 green players and he's trying to get them to the finals. So that's a very familiar ride that we've seen in the FNCS. But what's also very familiar is Andelix, Snazzy, and X-Squeeze just doing so well, and they're gonna gatekeep here at height. They don't have it in the safe zone, but they know this is still a viable position to get some good tags and maybe walk away with some cheeky elims.
It'll be tough to rotate early because the teams inside zone will be looking at X-Squeeze and Snazy right now. So yep, the best decision is to go for these tags for now. Then when things start to get busy, close range for the few trios or inside circle, that's when you hit that bouncer. But they're gonna go right now as everyone rotates, and this is what happens.
Whoa.
The team has an eye, but they don't have the aim to match the shots towards Andelix, so they barely take a few tags as they roll in. I was expecting at least one knock. A big snipe on the Pepper as well. Stacey is left behind, but he comes right in, a little bit more damage for him. The XT trio, this is actually a different member of XT who's actually coming in from a different side of the map. I thought it was a Craggy Clix trio. No, they get in as well. Looks like no one really went down, but we're one team away from placement, Sancho.
I would like to see where Kinzel is because he just was in the feed. He got an elim. So Kinzel, the 2-time DreamHack champion, as a solo is still alive.
And we saw how much solo clutches worked out for teams yesterday, and phenomenal. And we're phenomenal. Them qualifying, so are big trio picks and setups, taking out the players coming in behind them who are out of shield, out of time, and out of a chance in game 2. X-Squeeze, Andelix, and Snazy build up more of their points.
Purple tack out.
Oh my God.
Ooh, there it is. The ghost shows up, and Nas picks up an elim on Waffler. And you did see in the feed, Vatos, Etsy, and Airwax going down again. They just squeaked in. They did pick up some elims, but not the game plan that they want, considering they are a placement-heavy team. Let's take a look at the lobby for a brief moment. It's actually Thomas, Itchy, and Nas and Flick here, who have some front of zone priority, but they get a big smack in the mouth, and they're gonna have to retreat, dip into their heels for a brief moment. But what a scary situation. When you hear that full charge shotgun, Thomas survived that, barely.
And there's confidence, and then there's Thomas HD.
They have the RPG.
Not here. He's gonna edit into a full trio and take a few shots. It's all good. It's time to move. We had the shields. And now we're looking at high ground. There'll be Torrentos, I believe, all the way up top, but it's all about the mid-ground story so far. Kinzel picking up even more eliminations. Meanwhile, Snazy, Andelix, and X-Squeeze are taking out even more trios. The pattern continues in game number 2.
Kinzel got 2 elims. Kinzel, what are you doing, man? You're popping off.
He's still making so many points. It hasn't gone down just yet. Benji goes down to Rotary, though, and gets full finish. Meanwhile, Thomas HD gets stopped in his tracks as well. Looks like Snazy, Andelix, and X-Squeeze, the trio in the middle of the map, in the depths of mid-ground, are the ones in the best position so far to keep things going. Flick, though, this is why it happened. This trio tried to take height and paid a huge price, 2/3 of the trio. Now running out of builds, getting focused by 3 different people. Flick's not done yet. A pepper to pot to keep things fast, but he's gonna go a little bit natural. No, he already has one ticking. Look for the next shots, but I mean, a few moments from here, he's gonna be gone. What can he do to actually defend this bouncer to actually get off of height and maybe keep his clutch alive?
Talk about a great clutch. Flick is going to be an interesting situation. He's going to have to clutch as a solo here. Snazzy, Andelix, still looking strong. Reese talked about it. This is a trio that is known to be full force at the end game. As you're seeing the feed light up, Stasios getting eliminated. Pepper is really going right now, adding the seasoning to this lobby. Minzo gets popped from the back right here with some great pressure from Snazzy. Can they pick up Flick? It's trying to get Pepper, but it gets caught. As X-Squeeze picks up an elim and Snazzy picks up an elim on Flick right there. But look at all that loot, and that's just gonna make this trio stronger, Shio. Get strong right now.
72 points. It just looks so perfect, so good. It's like we're tuning into a completely different channel when we're watching Andelix and Snazy. They're so perfect right now in this game with their game plan. It just feels like we're watching opens on top and then grand finals quality down below. But Mustache has stopped. Flick and Nas and Thomas HD. I'm saying opens because of their high elim count as well. This is huge. 8 total eliminations from this trio. And they're not stopping just yet. We're barely even touched towards the end game. Stacey and Alex and the Squeeze are setting up their pincer strat, trying to keep it ultimate low, but Stacey takes another big shot once again. And there's a huge burst of action in mid-ground as Flecken goes down. Trentos gets his next tag starting from height.
And we see Blackie's trio is still in this fight. They go all the way down to low. So that's going to be a huge advantage for Blackie's trio. But X-Squeeze now is there. And Angelix actually goes down. And Snazzy goes down. And that trio is out. We're in a top 3, now top 2 situation. Can Mustache here, along with this trio mate, a Charentos, walk away with the victory royale with a huge performance so far. 10 E-limbs, but they could get 2 more and get 4 points, and that victory royale's on the line. No Blackie inside as DKS and Erwin here to hold on here. Look at that. Are they going for the res? The res is happening. The RPG says not so fast. Enough with those shenanigans. We're going to walk away with the victory royale. And not only that, 10 E-limbs. Yo, hey, I understand your boys down saying, res me, man. But you have a deadly trio down below, right?
Absolutely. Blackie, yes, these guys are always finding a way to fit between trios the entire time. So when 2 go down and they're the ones in the middle, they end up capitalizing greatly and winning that game.
Shayo, you said they were an extra in today's movie, but they said, hey, we're going to be the movie star for the day. They walk away the #1 spot in that victory royale. But let's kick it to Reese, Levin, and my main man, Zeke, to see how it all go down.
Yo, all right. I like this movie analogy. All right. This was basically an action movie for the tail end of this because, you know, Reese Levin, what's kind of interesting is at one point we were kind of talking. We're like, wait, there's like 90 people left in this game. Okay. And then at the very end of the game, it's like, okay, you know what? Action movie and action. And then it's just raining bullets everywhere.
Yeah, and you know, our main villain, DKS's team, they came in from that kind of surprise moment there. You know, we were watching on high ground there. It looked like I was kind of fingers crossed that Rez was going to get picked off, right? You know, you want a heroic moment to pick up your boy in endgame like that, but I think fundamentally they did a great job of continually throwing him so they wasn't get tagged by Storm Surge to give themselves an opportunity to be a full 3-man alive in that endgame. But I think, you know, the play eventually would have just been to actually focus the teams down below. You know, they spent way too much kind of tunnel visioned on it, a little bit too much.
Yeah, we're on the topic of movies, right? And the best movies are the ones with great, you know, character development, right? Those guys, right? The Lazy Trio, Airkins Trio, you know, things started off really well for them, right? We talked about this in game 1 where, you know, it's not the actual Cami team, so they're not going to have respect for the team landing there. And that happened again, right? These guys off the bat, we didn't see many eliminations to start this game. Things were really sort of slow paced, but this team was one of the teams who actually did pick up LLM or picked up a whole team, right? And so that did help them moving forward with Storm Surge, right? I'm sure throughout the game, they wouldn't have to worry about Storm Surge much because they were one of the few teams to actually do a significant amount of damage early on. And you see where that leads them to. That leads them to those sort of final moments where they are just looking so strong and it helps them pick up the victory royale. If this team can continue to just pick off at the team landing at Cami Split like that, right? Patty J's team, they're going to have a field day today. We're going to see more of this from them because it is just so good to just get these Surge tags out the way early.
Yeah, and you can see here how some of the other teams are actually trying to get their Storm Surge tags in. We noticed for EU, typically a region where that kind of first Storm Surge threshold is never as high as some of the other regions, in particular NAE East. But in this particular game we just watched, there was 90 players still alive, and you saw some of the ways that they were trying to get their Storm Surge tags, keeping up higher based in the specific areas on those big hills, going for tags. But looking at who has come out top, Andalex, Snazy, and X-Squeeze. I mean, if you just watch the 2 end games alone, I would not be surprised by this at all. You know, their names were just popping up over and over and over again. And it was looking kind of dicey for them a little bit. You know, they were in a great position going into that 5th zone. But the problem is, you know, they'd clearly been struggling with Storm Surge earlier, like we've already kind of mentioned. And they'd pretty much exhausted all of their heals, but managed to pick up some really big frags. And they got that first moving zone, right? And we know these guys can pick up eliminations. We know they can do it. But the Harpoon came in clutch to actually fill up their reshields and their materials again. And they just managed to keep on going.
Yeah, the big thing I have for some of these top trios like Andalex's, right, is that if they get a refresh going into 50-50, if they are able to, sort of, cap their mats at that point in the game, it's wraps, right? Because these guys can fault up till the end of the game. And we saw that, right? Perfect layering, right? Staying front side of the zone consistently, cutting off other players on their layer and just wiping out the rest of the lobby. And we'll see that time and time again. Take a look on your screen here, though. We're seeing some of the other top teams who are currently sort of in that top 8 position. Fleck and Diablo Bay on their team, that if you don't know them, right, you should start to get to know them because they are one of the underrated trios. They're landing over towards Coliseum, already starting off the day relatively well. Flick, Anas, Thomas, we saw them a bit last game. Kinzel, the Siptos, and Wakey as well as one of the favorites in this heat. So far, right, we've seen surprises in terms of who's like at the very final moments of the game, but for the most part, the top trios do seem to be showing up today in EU.
Yeah, and moving back to Flick and Ass and Thomas HD, usually these guys are, if you get them alive in an end game with good loot, which, we saw them have that fantastic loot coming out of Dirty Docks kind of just as the zone started to move. These guys are normally able to pick up huge amounts of eliminations playing that kind of low to mid ground playstyle. In their qualifiers, as soon as they got into that end game, I'm pretty sure the lowest amount of game eliminations they got per game was 8. So really good picking up so many elims. But today, the first game they managed to pick up 3 and take that 4th, which, is kind of uncharacteristic of them. They are definitely consistent to get that top 4 kind of placement like they did, but only 3 eliminations, kind of uncharacteristic of them. And in that last game we watched, they ended up being 10th with 5 eliminations. So, again, maybe a little bit off of their usual high elimination playstyle, but let's be real. I'm sure the next 4 games will change that up.
You can see there, you saw there, right? One of the teams in that sort of, lower tier was Airwax, Etsy, and Vato. One of the more experienced teams competing today, right? We talked about how much experience is flooding through this heat. It's going to be interesting to see how these guys sort of, pick things up, because I believe in the qualifiers, they sort of left it until relatively late until they start to step up as well, right? Resulting in them having to clutch up huge in the sort of final games. They have the ability to do so again, but I'm sure they'd much rather sort of be one of the more comfortable teams chilling in the top 5.
And boys, I feel like this movie analogy is like God tier in some ways, because much like a movie, it takes several attempts to find that perfect take, right? And if we kind of translate that here, we have 6 games to find that perfect take, right? So we'll have to see which of these trios can pull this off and which trios will not be able to make it, but at least have that second opportunity to get that callback and take it into the reboot round. But you know what? It's time. Game 3 is prepared. So we're aboard the battle bus. Casters, over to you guys.
Hey, someone must have turned on a blender in the movie theater, because things have been shaken up in EU from game 1 to game 2, Sancho. We have more off-spawn aggression. We've seen people in endgame go for high retakes. It's getting kind of crazy.
Man, good thing Fortnite released a new emote with the big popcorn, man, because that's what's happening right here. I'm sitting in my chair, grubbing on that popcorn, because that's what's happening right here. What a show our EU competitors are doing right here in the last heat. And hey, after this, the show gets better. I mean, we're talking about an after credit scene for the after credit scenes, and that is the reboot round. And now we're just seeing this. Oh, I just saw 7tor go down on the feet, man. That's not good. It's not good.
Hey, it's good for Andretta, Refsguard, and Stram, because they have now clapped back at Steamy Stacks. Past that, though, still uncontested, undisturbed, and on their game plan, Snazy, X-Squeeze, and Andalex doing fine.
I was gonna say, you see those yellow arrows? That is Batos, Airwax, and Etsy. They're not gonna come down. Normally, a weather station team, sometimes I said go in, pick a couple of shots, maybe get some tags on the caddy quarter team. But this is a bear you do not want to poke. It's a very mean bear, and it will go after you. And so that is what's been happening. And Levin kind of touched on it. Airwax's trio is on the bottom of the board, but that's because their play style is really based on placement. And if they're not going to consistently get placement, and last time we saw them in the qualifier stage, Shio, they were able to get in with their last match valid effort. They did pick up with some elims. It's not looking good for them so far. As you see in the feed, that fight there in Sweaty Sands, as Loco was able to pick up an elim on Danny Mount. Let's take a look at this Storms. Let's see it.
I mean, right now towards Colossal Coliseum, Steamy Stacks having even more time for a fight, but we already know it's basically been absolutely done. Share this engaged over to, I believe, the houses. 101 different FNCS finals appearances as well in heat number 4. So the competition is definitely stacked. And I feel like everyone's used to certain patterns for SD Airwalks and Vato having a team right in front of them at Caddy Corner who plays somewhat the exact same way in terms of pushing forward, a little bit more so for position and placement. They're going to have a tough time adjusting. They're not going to be able to be on the same tempo or speed moving on towards the map. Have to adjust a lot. In those adjustments, there might be kind of cracks and holes in their gameplay. That's where they get shot. Blackie Dover at Retail wrote, no contestation. Game 1 winners of James, you and Schmecky as well. Hunter's Haven still completely left alone. And they'll all have to move now towards the center of the zone. Not going to have the same game they had in game number 2, where they get to stay at home. They'll have to move out first. Now, Rocky Cliffs, the fight breaks down again. MTP has height once more. The question is, will it go their way this time?
We're watching MTP looking for their first opportunity to get themselves on the board here. Now it's all about positioning, looking for the angles. A lot of crouch walking here. Positions will not be revealed by the XT trio of Cry Trio sitting there. And sometimes right now, man, you're at the midpoint. Game 3 on the line. So far, everyone's looking healthy. Everyone's looking good. No opportunities here for a fight. Freddy's holding strong in the middle. So the layers controlled in the house. Up on the housetop is the MTP trio. More shots ring out. No HP exchanged. This is still a crucial moment for this trio. We talked about it all day. Trios trying to make their way into the finals. Out of the 101 final appearances, we just saw 3 or 4 trios that have yet to make it in. Jam's trio is one of them. The MTP trio is one of them. And Freddy's trio is one of them. As you see in the feed, Slit going down, getting knocked.
And with Heine finding an Elam, that's the first 2 points they'll have rolling into the day. Pepper, Lazarus, and Rypix have been continuously trying to target one other trio around them. This time will be Schmecky and Hugh. Actually split right now in total. So there could be a fight on both sides of these builds. Now they've kind of made it a 3v3 on both sides. Schmecky actually builds up and denies Pepper any room for control on builds. Very nice, but I don't expect this fight to actually dwindle down to any eliminations whatsoever unless these teams are really trying to risk their games. Hugh does have a flank on the backside. He could beam down Pepper. If given the opportunity, no, he gets found out.
It's always a dangerous side. I remember when I was watching Zayt stream, he said, if you're going to flank, you have to have an exit strategy. So we'll keep an eye on that. If that kind of flank happened by Yasin is going to have an exit strategy. Right now, hey, there it is. The first 2 points of the day. MTP trio picking up one with Heine to getting 1 elim. And hey knows, they may be that spark that they need to carry them through and to have their first final appearance. But at what cost? At what cost did that 2 points for today's match? Now we're taking a look at another team, a team that has all eyes on them considering they go to Hydro 16. Stasio does have the RPG in hand. They did walk away with the victory route in the qualifiers. As you can see here, Stasio is actually set the EU record for the most rocket elims with 3. Mostly the rocket RPG is used as a utility to knock down builds to keep pressure from anyone contesting height. But so far, this trio has not found success in the in-game, as it seems the RPG seems to slip out of their fingers and go to the other hands. But now the MTP is not only going to get pushed out, so many inhabitants here are moving in. All these unwelcome neighbors are joining the party uninvited.
Yeah, it's one of those games that are a little bit later in the day, so people trying to make adjustments, maybe get some eliminations or damage. You'll have a lot of people jumping into each other's builds. Good say out of Mats right now. They've put so much down in this fight so far with new teams rolling through. I'm not even surprised at Phrase here because so far every fight these guys have taken have been closer towards the mid game instead of this early. Have gone poorly. Unfortunately, these guys have gone down twice so far. So looking for maybe some early scraps, a boost in points and loots. But we'll have to really dig down deep to try to find it. These guys are holed up in the basement. There's no shot anyone is going to be diving in and not getting third party.
It looks like Phrase Trios definitely mixed it up in the FNCSC season, they tend to land in Lazy Lake, so they're definitely in a new spot. That micro adjustment made in game. So many more adjustments will be made. I did see Blazified getting a knock on one of Benji's trio mates. We're going to keep an eye on that situation. Blazified is another new name trying to make a stand here. Stacio's trios here finding their opportunity here. Going to plant their flag in this territory here for a moment. So now you're seeing, it's kind of crazy how zones affect, like last time we saw this explosive battle here at this gas station. Now it's chill as Pepper's trio is there early. And there's 2 big box there. Maybe I could telepathically tell them, hey, there's 2 big box there. Maybe they'll get them.
Off the jump up and see is always tough. But at the same time, I'm liking what I'm seeing with these bases and the decision of putting them down in certain places. So the one in the middle kind of blocks off the sight line that Pepper has. But then once again, if they put another base further down on the hill, it blocks off another northern sight line. The trio of Stasio we just saw built up has as well. When you put a base down early, it might look like a good spot, but then you can respond with your own placement and control the narrative of a different team, and then that pattern keeps continuing. So usually the latest landers and the latest builders have the advantage and have a better set plan on where to look at, but it's so much more difficult to put down builds late because everyone will see your walls building. They'll go for those beams. It's a tough spot to be in. Free though for Scram, Refsguard, and Andretta. They're just moving around on a completely dead side of the zone.
And Refsguard is part of that 101 finals appearances, but he only has one of an FNCS finals appearance to his name, despite being a cornerstone in the EU region. Now we're looking at a hot trio coming into this match. The Sorrentos that was in that in-game situation who went for the heal, or one of these trios went, ooh, 105, and that's gonna give him a nice green light and safe passage to stop that trio who kind of planted their flag on top of that mountain child. That's a great snipe right there, 105.
He knows how it feels to get hit. I think we've seen him get hit twice so far in game 1 and 2, so nice to see him dealing some damage back. Kind of odd to see the trio closer to the ground though. Usually they're super elevated. They have to move fast from here. You can see right behind them, trio hot on their tail, right beside them. Team's looking for shots as well. But once again, on another side, Andalek, Snazy, Squeeze are looking so nice, so good. Nothing to interrupt. Same thing with Refsguard on the other side of the map. We have basically a king trio in each hemisphere. They have control of this game.
And Andalix is no doubt, along with X-Squeeze, is trying to better their second place finish in the FNCS trios. They want that. They came so close to it. They were unable to catch Mongo, Mitro, and Tayson, who are holding on by a sliver. Just like right here, right now, this engagement's going to get intense here. We're taking a look at how far. Look at it. This fight is happening. It's at the bottom left side of this map right now. So you look at the rotation they have to make through. It just count how many arrows they have to go through this wedge. And this is showing you how scary this is going to be, child. And I don't know who is going to be able to walk away from this unscathed, and they're going to definitely pay the toll while they're making their way through to the safe zone.
Foolish to take this fight towards the end, but sometimes it pays off well
Gotta do what
to
you
make
gotta
mistakes. One trio already lost towards the storm, and they're not even fighting. They just can't keep up with speed. Let's see what Toronto's does right here. So only 2 trios down. Kinzel nice with a pickup, not a clutch this time. Man, it's so cool to see what happens in these later heats. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
It's basically a wall of AR shots rolling through, no builds needed. And now things explode. Base to base, no team here will leave unscathed. Where's Stash, the first person to get bullied, but he kind of gets a breath of fresh air building towards the skies. Torentos, though, after the fact, still trapped in all the builds and hasn't actually connected to any shots so far. There's a first charge hit going straight towards Eats, and he goes down. Iox next up. He's going to try to peek over, but Torentos is hot off that aim press right now. Look for the next one. Doesn't actually come through just yet. That Siphon, crucial. He does have 2 floppers in the med kit, but it'll take time to use those, and he doesn't have that when there's 2 people breathing down his neck trying to get those edits. Wallflower will try to disengage, but man, it is too late. You guys asked for this. You were the ones to sign up, and now, oh my god, drop down to a point where he can't even heal. Wallflower will be next, but the question is, can this trio make it to the zone? They got the 6 points, but where does that leave them now?
They have the 6 points, they have the heals, they have med kits, they have a lot of storm surge, but What's not working out so far is the Italian trio of Heatsy, one of them getting knocked here, and Kenzel with a very clutch moment riding solo was able to carry his team and hold on to a top 8 finish coming into 6th place after that match. And Kenzel's not finished. He's getting an elim against Diablo here, and they're all holding down inside the Orchard. As you've seen the day for Piero, the struggles continue here, looking for their opportunity to change and pivot. Now you're seeing more in the feed lineup, and X-Weez is getting some more knocks.
This is the most dangerous game I feel like Kinzal's going to play in this day so far. They're at the bottom of the top 8 right now. Everyone ahead of them is closing on 60 points. If they make a mistake right now, they might dwindle down and become, you know, just another face in the crowd. They really need to pop off here. They already have a few eliminations, and they're looking good. MTP, though, is not looking the greatest. Storm Surge damage, the pain of their existence, and they are out.
Not out yet is Amplify. So Amplify is still up on his feet, but what a great kind of a thing of a situation. This just shows you if you do your work early, sometimes elims will be gifted to you. That team did not do their work early. They had to push against a fortified team, and Leon flares in that trio. And Leon has been around the FNCS for a very long time. That trio again is in the same boat of trying to make their way into the FNCS finals. You're seeing Maggold and Lowless going down, so that trio is not at full strength, but you talked about this right here. Look at this. They were in a crazy scrum right there in the Orchard. They were throwing apples back and forth, and they literally made applesauce out of that and were able to get safely right into the zone here unscathed.
Still not allowed to really eat just yet. They need about 4 to 10 more points to just hang with the top tier trios right now in the heat. Possibly a top 5 needed for Kinzel to really transition over to a guaranteed qual. Meanwhile, Mustache barely just surviving from this zone. Onyx Dorentos is also just at about 3 HP. This is such, oh my god, a bad position, but they're making it work. I'm so impressed. Still moving forward. So many builds have to be eaten for them to get into a good spot. They're above another trio's box as well. Need to find some heals, though. We know how important med kits are. Teams just don't leave them hanging on the ground anymore. It'll be eliminations. These guys need to get back in the game.
Look at the map here. Blackie's trio is sitting on that blue antenna, and that's right smack dab close to the center of the 3rd zone. If you're sitting on the 3rd zone center, you're going to have very high probability of not only pulling 4th zone, but possibly getting that prized 5th zone. And they have all the angles in the world to poke at everybody that's coming in from that congested side of the map. We do know up north, it's going to be Refsguard's trio that's basically sitting on top of the Steamy Stacks. So they have a lot of height, basically almost for free. No mats used because they're just sitting on top of the Steamy Stacks.
A very tough rotation for Endelex just in general. They haven't actually sped up. Unfortunately,
goes down.
They go down, still got those 6 elim points though, so it's not a complete waste of a game for that trio. Meanwhile, Amplify and Matzo are here, but yeah, no Benji. Let's talk about it though, right? For Amplify and Matzo so far, the way this trio's been working out, they have almost 100% of the elims of the trio so far today. At 15 in total, and Amplify and Matzo share 13 of those for the squad, is because Benji has been leading the tarps, making the calls, and keeping this trio alive from multiple layers, from so much pressure. With them potentially gone from this game, it's going to be very difficult and very different, actually, for the duo to make it and pull through. Very good synergy, though, overall. We'll see how they do, but now it's not just about elims. They'll have to build to survive.
Yeah, Amplify and Matzo only coming into the semifinals in the FNCS duos as a duo, so now they have to do it here in the trio stage. You still that dominant position from Blackie here. Let's keep following Matzo and Amplifier. They're making this rotation here, trying to piggyback on top of another trio that's rotating in. Let's take a look at their mats. Looking pretty decent, looking pretty good. Not a lot of hard mats, so that's why they're looking to recycle. Amplify does have that gold tactical shotgun. He's gonna be able to hit a lot of people really hard as much as possible with the moments that he has. A lot of tight rotations here. A bated breath right now. You're going to see this expertise, the veteran duo who've been together, it seems like, for the longest time here. The dynamic duo has someone coming into their tarp here. No big tags to discourage Small. Small decides, I don't want any piece of that. But he does tag Ray, just moving on just a little bit. But not looking for those big time tags, no doubt looking for that refresher child.
Multiple things happening on the different sides of the map, though. Link going down, so one of those trios towards the top side of Steamy Stacks is having some trouble. And at the same time, Stasio got picked up by Pat J, I believe. So the RPG, the magical weapon so far we're watching, make bounds and changing the way height works, switching hands. Will it be even more explosive is the question. Will Blackie have a tougher time? So far, more than greener pastures for this trio. They've been sitting up high. Their blood a little bit thinner, right? The oxygen levels a little bit lower up top. That means they're going to be working that much better. So much info for them to grab. They have a huge game ahead of them.
Yeah, and Shael, my concern is they've been throwing slinging bullets all around the map, and that's why they're so low right now. Blackie's AR count only at 41, so they're going to need a refresher, and now they're going to have to leave the perch, right? Mama Ness is basically gone. These little birdies are going to have to fly, and let's see who survives this flight here going on this rotation.
Lots of info gathered from that sniper's nest, and now they'll be able to move straight out.
They're following
the
Thomas
best
HD.
position. They have a very good plan. They knew exactly how each team would rotate. See if Thomas HD gets to survive overall. It looks like they'll be the kings of the new castle, built over near the beach. DKS will try to maybe build over. No, it's Ewan. I think that's up top first. Yes, and now him, DKS, and Blackie still have the position in tow. We talked about it before, Sancho, right? Later squads that roll in have a better chance of moving up and building better bases.
Yeah, as you basically just leech on top of somebody. I was just saying Blackie was able to get a snipe on that trio that was already sitting in the safe zone, and that snipe was huge. It slowed down the pressure for a lot of other trios. The butterfly effect not only affects your trio, but all the other ones that are making those late rotations.
We're talking about Kinzel and the pressure they have so far as well. They really need this game to really move into the top 5 and stay there, not be at risk in the top 8. Same story for Anas, Thomas, and Flick. They're just at 45 points right now, tied. Another face in the crowd. They want to shine. They want to be on the front page. They want to be on the top spot. So we'll see what they can do to get the Blackie's position. 72 points, high ground. Looks so confident, so good. Second place overall. Trying to take over Analex today. Flick picking up a few eliminations. Matzo does not make the cut though. Amplify will be able to respond with one elimination, but how long will that really last as Matzo gets confirmed?
Now we're coming down to an in-game situation here. Blackie's trio, who seemingly has been making really strong rotations here in the match, now have the advantage of height. And they're definitely going to be on top of height this entire ride here, going into the final zones. We still have zone 7, 8, and 9.
From 46 to 54 points in a matter of what, 20 seconds?
Yep. 6
eliminations Thomas HD and Awesome Flick are going to be rolling in with.
Yeah, Flick was able to get some elims right then and there, and we talked about it. This trio is looking strong together, just like Analex's trio. They're able to rack up a lot of elims in the mid ground to low ground. But let's look at height right now. As you see, Anas Thomas was making that front side rotation here. You still have Steelix and Hitsy is still in this fight. Blazify is still in this fight. I'm taking a look at any other names. You have Kenzel, Deceptos, Wakey, a full trio as well. On the backside as Jams gets swallowed up by Flowis's trio right then and there, and you, a Victory Royale in this day, is still on his feet. Rotary getting Jams out of this match here, and Blackie, what a great textbook tarp right now. Such a dominant tarp, but my concern is where are they going to find the ammo to keep the pressure on this lobby?
Yeah, before they were kind of conforming to the masses, moving around builds down below, working with edits in the sand. Now they get to lead the lobby, but don't have a voice at the same time with those ammo counts being low. Blackie has not shot a single bullet on any other build. This is not normal. We never see this from height. It's only just been sniper shots. This means everyone down below is basically in a box fight palooza right now. They get to do whatever they want and are unaffected from height. Look at these bouncers. No tags on anyone bouncing at all. This is abnormal for any game, not just in EU. It'll mean that everyone in mid-ground will be that much more so worried about what's happening beside them. You will be trying to clutch all the way down low. It's not going to be possible. Flick and Austin Thomas, though, will have the best time. Look at the dictate exactly who to shoot. Flowis will pick up you once again as well. Now the shots coming from Blackie onto Thomas's box. Is he going for a high ground take? No, that was just a reconnection. They stay on top of the server.
You're just seeing right now, Blackie's builds are low. No doubt you have to question how long can they hold on to height. You're already seeing the wood builds come out, the single, and
have a harpoon.
anything. They get a harpoon, but did they pull anything? I did not see anything as you see Nate going down. Now you're looking to the front side. Let's see, Revsguard and Dreda is there, but if anyone knew the ammo situation at height, it would be easy pickings for the taking. Now Thomas is going for the chop here. Gets a couple of shots at height as much as possible.
Oh, no.
Does not get the knock. Oh no!
DKS fell down all the way down towards the low ground and might also almost get picked up. It's just up to you and Blackie all the way up on height. Ray's also affected inside the storm. DKS found his way back, but had to use so many mats, and Blackie's almost out. Here's the big tape up on height while they go up for the skies above, and Dreda, Revsguard, and Scram work down the depths below. It's going towards the river as well. We'll see Lucia all the way on the left, getting shots taken, and Ewan gets slapped away from height and cracked down by Andretta as well. There are two trios looking to dominate right now. That's Thomas HD and company, and Andretta and the boys from Steamy Stacks.
And Thomas HT is picking up a knock and an Elam right here with some big tags on the backside. It's Andretta's trio. Now down to Andretta and Scram. A knock on a Nos right there and converted to the Elam. It's a top two situation. Let's see if some big tags in the backside of Flick right now. Flick going back up to high, trying to survive. Out comes the bouncers. They're trying to go for the retake. I think Flick is literally fighting for his life, trying to get high. Now Andretta, without a moment to breathe, he's going all in. He's invested. He's trying to catch Flick here.
Nordivine versus Guild Gaming right now, all the way in these boxes. It's not possible for Andretta, and the Guild Gamma trio stays up top. What a phenomenal game, starting over at almost 40 or 30 points and moving up the rankings towards triple digits. That is so crazy, Sancho.
That is the Thomas HD, Flick, and a Nos that we know that are able to put monster numbers, and that pressure is going to send waves throughout the entire lobby here in these set of matches. We saw it in the finals last season. When someone pops off like that, they just all of a sudden, everyone gets a little shook. And you're talking about the dominant players just soak up all those points. And what a great ride. But hey, Andretta coming in second place alongside that trio, that is really good. But the story is Blackie still making very consistent top finishes, Child.
Yeah, we looked at now, a trio moving up in the top 5. How do those standings look overall? Who shifted up and down? And what are some of those big plays we missed? The analyst desk with Zeke, Levin, and Reese has all those answers. Boys, what do we have cooking?
Well, we just got a new record. Thomas HD, Flick and Nos. No big deal, boys. Just another day on the job for this trio. This is a new record set through heats and, of course, the qualifiers. I don't want to say I'm not surprised, because that's not the right thing, but I feel like it's expected, right? Kind of going back to the movie analogy that Sancho and Shywager proposed last game. We got the perfect take, boys. That was it.
It was a perfect take, or I'm going to maybe say more of Act 3, right? We've had Act 1, Act 2, and, between that, we had some of our producer, which let's call ourselves some producer notes, right? I kind of put myself in there saying they weren't getting as many eliminations as they normally live up to, but you know what? They've turned the tide on that absolutely. And one of the things I want to actually talk about is positioning in these kind of second and third zones. Look at Thomas, Flick, and Anas right now. You can see them in that bottom right-hand corner of the zone, but look how many players, because this is a northeast zone, are on that congested side, which is in that bottom left corner. Because of the way that the zone's pooled, so many players have gone there. And if you notice, Blackie's team as well, who is currently at the bottom of where that new zone is popped up in blue. These guys right now have now moved to the center of the next zone and are in a great position, and this is why they were able to take that high ground. And if you notice, Flick and Ass Thomas HD almost right next to them in the center of that second zone, away from all these other players.
Yeah, both teams there at the very end showing us, different styles and different play styles in terms of how to get to that final moment. Andretta's trio, though, they were phenomenal. I was super impressed by what they were able to do, man. Andretta leading the way, right, top, and keeping them front side low ground, avoiding all sorts of issues, right? When they're full trio like that towards the end, you saw teams were dropping down to low, and they were just able to wipe them out, right? And obviously, in the end, they lose out to the better trio ultimately, but super impressive stuff from them, man. Andretta was in their FNCS finals last season, right? One of his former teammates who he played with at the time is currently competing in the same heat, and he's currently flexing on everyone right there with a great performance. But look who's really flexing. Flick and Nas Thomas on top of the leaderboards. Not a surprise to many people watching.
I'm not surprised in any way, shape, or form at all. You know, these are the biggest names, some of the biggest names in this heat and in the region, full stop, performing with 17 eliminations that last game. Absolutely incredible. But you know what? It's not just them that's a well-known name at the top. You know, you've got Kinsel, Siptos, and Wakey currently in 4th, along with Andalex, Sneezy, and X-Squeeze in 3rd. You know, these two teams as well are just household names within the EU region, and they're all performing here today.
Yeah, I think it's no surprise. I think it's one of the biggest differences, right? Zeke, you wanted to sort of know what's the difference between, you know, today's games versus what we saw yesterday, is that the bigger teams are finally sort of showing up, right, in the way we'd expect them to. You know, hopefully some of these guys don't sort of fall off, right? Amplify, Matzo, Benji. We saw Amplify and Matzo operating as a duo for a large proportion of that game. Benji did happen to go down. And so hopefully we can sort of see these guys, you know, be able to stay as a cohesive unit. Because when these three are all in endgame together, we saw what they can do. They can put on a show, right? They had 3rd place and an elimination, something like that in the first game. But, you know, these guys can do well when it's all 3 of them up together.
And that's it. Like, their big issue mainly is that kind of mid game, right? Getting enough storm surge tags and getting themselves in a good position with good enough loot going into moving zones. And then if they're in that position in the 5th zone where they have tons of loot, tons of shields, we know these guys are going to pop off and get that kind of top 3 with a lot of eliminations. But, you know, in game 2, they had 15th and then they went down in 16th. So basically just at the start of the moving zones in both of those last 2 games. So, you know, a little bit of an issue with their early and mid game, but maybe this time they're going to learn from those rotations. You know, it's a max distance zone for them both times, so it's always going to be tough rotations for them.
Yeah, rounding out the leaderboards here, we're seeing some struggles here. Link, Stormy Right, and 7tour having a tough time so far. Only 6 eliminations to their name as well. It's not necessarily what I expected to see by any means from these guys. But, you know, things aren't done yet. Will they be able to turn things around? It isn't looking necessarily the most likely now, but there is always hope.
Well, you know, we kind of watched them. We talked about them dropping at Steamy Stacks. Didn't go so well for them in that first game, going down to Andrea's team. Second game, you know, they got a couple of eliminations coming out of that, but in that 3rd game, they actually decided to switch up to Salted Towers, and they got 3 eliminations and a 10th, so clearly switching to Salted Towers was a good idea for them. It wasn't the big game they wanted, funnily enough, because Zone ended up going back to where they used to drop at, so they had to make that rotate back to their old drop spot. But at the same time, you know, they clearly are turning the tides a little bit. That might be a good bit of momentum for them going into the game 4.
There's that word again, momentum. Levin, you know, you said it right there at the beginning of the show, and it's carrying on through. We'll have to see which of these trios can keep that momentum going, because we're halfway through the competition here from the FNCS. This is heat number 4. We only have another 3 games left to go before we know which trios will place top 8 and move on to finals, and which ones are going into that reboot round. Fortnite fan, we're going to step away. I know, but don't get too far. When we come back, we'll have more action in the final 3 games here from the FNCS. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's your boy Zegamus Prime. We got Reese, we got Levon. We're all here for some Fortnite action today in the FNCS. That's right. Now we're gonna keep the song rolling because it's time to go back into the game. We got Suncho, Shy Ho. Let's get these games ho 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 into action. Over to you.
Yeah, I think that's okay. That's enough silence. That was enough. It's a balance, right? We gotta.
You know, it's just like in the Super Bowl type, you know, we have a halftime performance.
Oh my God.
And that was it. We had a beautiful halftime performance from Zegamus Prime, bringing the noise. But we're not done yet. We still have a whole other half of games here for the final heat in the EU regions. 4, 5, and 6 are here. I hope you got your slurps. I hope you got your floppers, because we still got the reboot round left as well. And hey, who knows who else is going to perform and step up to the plate. Can you sing? I can't.
Can I get my tickets refunded?
Nah, man.
No, I
I
love the
loved
performance.
it.
I vibe with it. I vibe with it. It's a nice
Indeed.
juxtaposition of what we've been watching, right? It's been intense, sweaty gameplay. That was like I was getting serenaded, you know, with
Yeah.
the sleep, so to say. Over here, when I'm watching these games, absolutely awake.
It's like a siren, you know, like a goddess sitting on the outside, beckoning everyone to come into their clutches, just like Kinzel's trio. No one's going to go to Coral Castle. That is just a death trap. But now we're back into the action, back into the intensity of the FNCS. As you see, Knifer here alongside Patty and Vino. When seeing Knifer and Patty, who've been so dominant in the console and mobile track here, have not found a great start here in the FNCS PC side of things. But you never know. It could all turn right here. It's still the halftime point, and that is how it's going to be done. You got to get the actions. You got to get the elims. As you see, and Patty is a previous FNCS trio champion on console.
Knows how to play it from one side of the pond, but how does it look from the other side of the riverbank is the question. Shooting in a little bit later into this game as well, so a lot of those off-spawn fights have already happened. No elims from Scram, Rev Squad, and Andretta so far, so not sure how Steamy Stacks concluded in this game today.
Remember, I mean, Reese kind of pointed out, Seventor left, went to Salty Towers, decided that it was not worth fighting here, and did not return. So looks like that's going to be that permanent adjustment going forward. Last time Scram, Revscar, and Andretta, they had zone pull to them. Now we're going to see them what they can do. But that's important, though. Even zone pulls to you, you can get all the zones. Hey!
What's going on today? That's the third, fall damage knock I've seen from heights.
Maybe a splinter was in that wood build and he stepped right on it and went down. We took a look at the zone itself. It looks like it's going to be a little bit more south central vibe going forward. So maybe Umpify, Matzo, and Benji don't have to make a crazy rotation, but this trio does have to make a rotation. So they're going to know they're going to want to wrap this up as much as possible because they do not want to have a fellow passenger on this ride. No caravans here. You just want to be solo when you're making this kind of a max pull rotation.
And why aren't they solo right now? Why is this different from games 1, 2, and 3? Well, you see the health bar and you see the shield bar, right? There's an invisible bar that starts to fill itself up the more we go through games in the 6-game series. It's the hunger bar for every single trio. When you're lower on points, you start to get a little bit more hungry. That hunger kind of makes you play less passive, a lot more aggressive, jump on trios while they're trying to move around the map. For Scram, he's eaten. He's fine. They're at 64 points. I don't want to take another bite at all, but for people like Jaggy, other mans who are kind of, below the 20th place slot, want to hit top 8, you start to get really hungry, need to push these boxes.
Yeah, and to highlight that point, all these trios did really well in qualifiers, so they're used to eating. They're used to getting their share. Not this time, because the Titans of the EU region are eating heavy.
Yeah, serious points. Always forget that people still had very good placements rolling in. They just weren't the toppest of the top. They have experience. There's people who've won sometimes one game, very rare instances two, still don't hit a threshold to qual, but they know how to completely keep playing and be in the lead. Playing from behind is something very difficult, something out of the top teams are used to, you know, having for a few bad games and then popping off and winning. That consistent storyline is there for people like Blackie, Ewan, and DKS. For Jaggy, it might not be the same things. Might not be used to that comeback story that all these other teams have been experienced with.
And we're trying to see what trio is going to be able to get their way into the finals for the first time in their careers. So you're seeing a lot of fish who are used to being the big one in their pond now making their way to these oceans right now. And let's take a look at the storm here. It's going to be very favorable of the Weeping Woods trio and of course the Slurpy Swamp trio, because look at that, not a lot of people moving in, but look at the trios. It kind of feels light here, Shio. Am I like crazy? Like they're all clumped up together. There's definitely clean avenue sites here, as you see in shots ring out in your top right of your screen here in Patty's trio here in this engagement as Blazified gets knocked. Another knock goes down right there. Hey, this console mobile trio is doing really well, and not only does it have a console champion, but the second place champion of Niper is right behind them.
Take a look at why things are happening. Let's just pause for a second and look at what is on your screen. Click with another pick. It'll be Schmecky going down this time. The game 1 winners not finding much from 2 and beyond. Still only 5 have gone down. This is so weird. It feels like, yeah, there's maybe 50 people left in this lobby, but it's 75. There's still a bunch of trios still in it. Benji's here to clap back too. But let's talk about the real breakdown right now, Sancho. You know, it's about the points. It's about the thresholds.
It is.
I would say only Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD are comfortable in this entire server. 104 points right now.
Right.
From 4th all the way down to 8th place, it is a 4-point game. It's basically tied.
Yes.
So all this work that Kinzel's doing, Schmecky's win, Torento's survival from zone, Refsguard's win off spawn, are amounting them to a tie right now, not a guarantee of moving through. Even Andalex, Nazy, and Exqueeze, who are right above the trio in first right now, they're only at 87 points. If they somehow flub and get nothing done in these next few games, they're not guaranteed a qual. So for everyone else in the server, it is neck and neck, intense gameplay. We're talking about the transitions into the top 5, you know, in last game. Now it's about a transition of breaking away from everyone else beside you. It's not just off spawn. This end game has to be perfect.
And that gap between 8th and 9th place is in the double digits. So you're seeing the disparity be so much higher than you think it is. So all the people that are down below that 9th place are going to need a pop-off game to get there into the next round.
A pop-off and a half, because you'll have to buy a big ticket, right? A double-digit ticket to get into the top 8. But everyone in the top 8 is tied. So it's not going to be enough to just win a game. And there's Storm Surge issues from Andalex right now. 58 below. They're going through their minis reserves. This is really bad. Flick and Nas and Thomas hear it. They push. This is first fighting second.
This is going to be a huge opportunity for Thomas HC to make a secondary statement. Another one right here, right now, to take up a big-time player in the EG region in X Swedes' trio. This is going to be big for them. This is going to be one of those ones they could put a notch on the side of the pickaxe as Snazzy goes down. So the pressure is still on here, and they still below Storm Surge as 2 players have to go down. This skirmish is happening at Kit's Cantina. Now you're looking on the bottom right of your screen. Blackie has some eyes into this fight here, and so far it's only up to Andalex and Xweez here. Andalex is the only one with some decent HP. Now he loses HP, and he gets knocked. Now it's down to Xweez, who is literally on 30 HP. He's going to go down and join his teammate, but that's it. They get wiped out. Storm Surge tags a little bit too strong, and of course the big bad of the lobby of Thomas AC, Flicking on Us, being a little bit too much to bear. But look at right below that trio. It is Vato, Etsy, and Airwax who is looking their way to look out for that pop and a half, Shio.
Man, too many things going on. I'm actually getting overexcited. This is like, so first place is stomped in the face of second. And I just mentioned they're not guaranteed a qual, right? With 87, it might not be enough. We've seen 88 sometimes close to 90 to push through. I know it's only one game, but if it foreshadows, you know, more Storm Surge issues in other games, that's bad. And then you just mentioned, Sancho, I love it, SD Vato and Airwalks. These guys have been barred off by Andalex Xqueeze from the same rotation patterns. Andalex gets there first. Vato is not going to do what he wants to do. Now they're not there in this game. This is perfect for them to come back. But we set it up as well. They need a game and a half with where they are, they honestly need 2 games worth of a performance to catch up. Look at the leaderboard right now, 102 points all the way up top, and then everyone else is at the 65 zone. The 65 zone that is such a high speed that none of the cars from these other trios can really catch up to right now without going into maximum overdrive.
And now we see Thomas HD with the utility item that is bred for him, and that is the lethal gold sniper, the ultimate eliminator, in the hands of one of the best in the game, most likely in the world. And he has a free look at everybody. We could be maximum. We're talking about big nasty gargoyles sitting up there on the rest of the lobby looking down at everybody. And that's what's going to be. Not only a huge connection to the dome will equal a knock, but any body tags may equal a elim as well, as Andretta and Scram and Refsguard are now in the sights of Thomas HD. This EU sniper, ooh, snagged. I just feel like every time he misses, that's just lucky. You know, it's lucky for them that he missed. But now he has his eyes towards Etsy's trio, and that's not good. That's not good at all. I think he just sees that wood build as an opportunity to strike. And man, every single time a sniper gets flinged outside of this sniper's barrel, you just got to hold your breath for that trio who's trying to survive, because you talked about the pop-offs need to happen, but so many trios are looking for the pop-offs right now. And this is what experience leads you, folks. They knew exactly that they wanted to be here. That's why there's 4 or 5 trios sitting up top here at Kit's Cantina.
Basically, the trio's all the way up high versus everyone else down low. It'll be a low moment for now. This high gun is still actually inside the circle as well. Another storm surge warning goes out, and now it's going to be confirmed in terms of damage coming through. 66 people, 65 now, as a lot of individuals are going to start to take damage. 22 above is Blackie's trio. They need to do a lot more here.
What you see on your screen is first and second place. First on the top of the screen, on the bottom was second place. So now let's zoom in and get a more intimate look at Thomas HD here. As you've seen, Benji's actually right below them. Is Amplify and Matzo alongside with Benji, so we might see another collision here as the rest of the lobby is ringing out. As you see, Storm Surge is getting closer and closer here. Leon is still cooking. He's still doing really well. Was able to add a little bit more. Slowly jump-starting his day. There he is, Benji, Amplify, and Matzo digging into their hard mats to kind of survive the pressure from up top. Let's see who pulls that half in and half out. Basically, our big names did not, but there is a slew of trios sitting dead center in the 5th zone. And a lot of people have to make rotations, but everyone that's sitting in the Kids Cantina side, they don't have to move much, but they have to go through a lot. We're talking about a thick wall of competition.
Look at what side of this wall is going to be more fortified as well as the zone comes in. This is going to be such a good game. Storm Surge damage is still being ticked down right now. It's been more than 5 health bars worth of lightning from the sky. Thomas HD still operating off that legendary sniper. Here are the trenches of the lobby. Matzo, Benji, Amplify. Benji down again, but he can get revived and brought back into this game.
Benji's already become the tarper, the in-game leader right here. So Benji right now is still crucial, still vital. Has an elim here, but as a full trio, we've seen what Matzo and Amplify and Benji can do. They're going to try their best to make this rotation. As you can see, they're going to get the MTP. It's a big-time tag on the backside. Able to get some big-time. Did not get the confirmation, though, that they were looking for. Not getting that lock here. But now their rotation has been put on hold to try to get this trio out. MTP. A minimal roadblock, a little bit of a speed bump on this rotation. But can that speed bump maybe cost them their big collision here? As you see, Flick Thomas and HD so quickly able to reclaim height. They had the same rotation as Benji, but in the trenches, they cannot come up for air. And it's Thomas, HD, and Nelson Flick now applying the pressure to crunch on this opportunity that's happening on these rotations from 4 to 5 trios.
It was a domino effect with Benji going down. Amplify and Matzo had to chase a team that was still being ticked by Surge. We saw that happen with MTB over a few games. That means Vato gets to control a lot of the low ground we're seeing in this base here that Thomas, HD, and Awesome Flick basically own all the way up on height. So everything's connected right now. Amplify still searching for more. With that pick, Benji's definitely back in the game with weapons, shield, and ammo. Question is, how is everyone else going to react to what's happening in this kind of center battery of builds? Everyone has to move over now to completely new territory.
We have to keep an eye on Vato, Etsy, and Airwax. This is where they typically go down here. We're not yet at the 17th placement point. This is going to be a big game for them, considering that they need that pop off and a half here. But Benjyfishy and Nas and Flick may not let anybody else get close to them. And we're talking about some big seeded teams haven't yet made this big statement, just like Hen, Chapix, and Janice here, but now it's going to be a huge opportunity here. Let's take a look at this rotation that's happening here. Who has the advantage is definitely it's going to be Benjyfishy's trio, but Blackie, Erikin, and DKS have been known. This is where they've been all day. Last time they were at hype, unable to capitalize, but I'm thinking they're super comfortable in this situation. Now we have another storyline of the Italians of Hisi, Felix, and Snag here trying to get off the map right now, considering they haven't had a great day yet. But hey, Vato is doing it, is getting a knock. That trio's still going, looking good.
Everyone right now still has the mats to be able to defend. I'm seeing something kind of sinister cooking from Cookie right below. On second height, there he is, finally dropping down right beside Thomas. Goes for a tag. Not possible. Are they going for a retake here, or is this just a collision course? Snagged is in position to beam down height. He does go for the shots on Anasis builds, but Thomas goes all the way back to defend. Storm Surge still being dropped down towards the backside of these builds, and past that, Vato, Airwalks, and SC are close and comfortable with us. Blackie, though, is down on Surge.
This storm is pushing up the mountain here. All the ones that are down low are in big time trouble, because Benjyfishy and Nas and Flick are going to look to compress this lobby and be really aggressive here as we enter the top 10.
It's getting hot. It's getting too much of a press for a bunch of people down below. Cookie now lost towards the storm. Vino is not going to be able to bop all the way up. And Nos, Thomas, and Flick are all beaming towards the back. Torrentos once again goes down to the storm, but Steelix and Heatsy, they've moved forward and found Snagged. A full trio still alive, but with a collision course with Vato. They clash. Amplify picks up Blackie as he's going down to Surge. Thomas finishes Vato as well. They have control of the sands. They're the kings of the desert with 9 elims, no, 10 right now. They're closing out this game and pushing for a back-to-back victory royale.
Not there yet, but man, what a big time statement made right now to put their stake in the EU region, to let everybody know that they are the favorites going into the finals. And this is the kind of execution and statement that needed to be made right here, walking away with 13 elims and the victory royale. But you said it, Shio. We talked about a back-to-back victory royale. We're talking about the sequel to the blockbuster hit. It happened right there. Wow.
They're just too good. And so many extra things happening that game with Storm Surge now flipping teams before who were in control of it. Drop spots now being switched over as well. That was a change up in EU.
Yep. Are we in the Thomas and Nas and Flicks universe? It feels like that. They're just racking up everything right now, Shio.
Oh, absolutely. I need Zeke, I need Reese, and I need Levin, possibly with some more tunes as well to show us exactly what happened in that game.
Shio, no, I think everyone's had enough of my singing.
No more tunes.
It's just too good. So I'm gonna save that for another time. It was too good. Yeah, guys, I love how this movie reference was made. This is it. This is the sequel, right? Now, my question becomes, could we get the trilogy, right? Could we get the triple back-to-back? I believe it, because this trio is on fire. They're on a completely different level than what we've seen them in the past. And right now they're saying, look, every other trio, when we go into finals, if you're not constantly watching out for us, you will not be in the credits, because you ain't even gonna make it that far.
I mean, these guys are unbelievable. There's no other way to say it, right? 30 eliminations across the last 2 games total, both victory royales as well. You know, they started a little bit slow in the day, but we know, and we as a team, we all said that they're capable of more as that, right? They're always capable of more. We know these guys can pick up high elimination games. I did not expect them to pick up a 17 elimination game and then a 13 elimination game, but if anyone in this lobby is going to do it, it's going to be these 3 guys.
Yeah, these guys are phenomenal, right? We've seen what they can do time and time again, dating back to last season, and just a great display of just the great fundamentals that they contain when it comes to endgame, right? Like, these guys really have an idea what they're doing. We saw them last game taking out, you know, the third place team in Squeeze, Andalex, and Snazy. And so these guys are just going strength to strength right now.
Yeah, and before that, we're taking a look at the teams who were in that top 3 position. You know, we were talking about X-Squeeze, Andalex, and Snazy. These guys all day have been performing. They've been doing so well. You know, don't let the fact that Flick and Nas and Thomas HD have performed so good overshadow the fact that these guys are performing. But they've been performing through adversity as well, because at the same time, they've been consistently kind of struggling a little bit more with Storm Surge, and that game ended up actually being picked up by Flick and Nas and Thomas HD.
Taking a look at your standings, though, things have sort of switched up a bit. The top 2 remain rather the same. Erkin, Blackie, DKS, they've been so good. They've been so consistent. Every single end game, they are in there. And, you know, it's no surprise that they're sitting in second place right now, even with what we've seen now. Taking a look at the other people, it's going to be good for a lot of people seeing Benji, Matzo, and Amplify up there. They did have a bit of a better game last game, and so now pushing their way into the top 5 and even going down to Storm Surge relatively early. Andalex, Snazy, and X-Squeeze are still here in the top 5.
Yeah, and we're consistently just seeing the same names over and over again in this top 10. This heat so far has actually been the least amount of movement of any heat ever so far in this season across all regions, all heats. So really big from them. So like this, you know, this team is just being overrun. Like every single top 10 team here has just completely been consistent, staying in that. And you know, is that top 8 slot going to change up too much? Because we're seeing the same names over and over again.
Yeah, obviously, right, like you say, it's been basically, you know, it's a historic heat, right? We're literally watching a historic heat. We've never seen a heat like this before, but you know, I'm always skeptical, right? Like, if I'm one of those teams who's in 8th place, right, I'm not hearing that and I'm, you know, all of a sudden feeling good about myself. Like, I still am pushing to try and ensure that you're one of those top 8 teams. But it'll be interesting to see, right? We saw Airwax, Etsy, and Vato get a bit deeper into that last game, and that's why they're sitting here in 13th, right? Still sort of on that bubble. They had a good game, but a bit of the fundamentals going wrong there, right? Zone pulled up a hill, they sort of fell back, they didn't sort of stay ahead, and so it caught them out and they ended up going down. Ultimately, though, I think that is a good sign for them. They're sort of starting to get into their rhythm, right? Starting to make it to endgame a bit more, and if they can keep on doing that, you know, they have a shot to qualify today.
Absolutely. And speaking of teams who are getting into their rhythm, you know, Paddy, Knifer, and Vino, after the first 3 games, 2 points total. So definitely they're not going to be happy with that performance. However, game 4 that we've just witnessed, 10 eliminations and a 4th place. So, you know, they're starting to build that momentum that we've been talking about, and they're in that 18th slot right now. And there is absolutely no reason in these next 2 games that they can't continue that consistency and move on up. Firstly, into the top 16, you know, then they're going to be applicable for that reboot round. But most importantly, what they're going to have their eyes on is that top 8. And clearly, based off of that game alone, we know that these guys have the potential to do that.
You just got to wonder, man, like with 2 games left, what are these players thinking about? What is going on in their minds? Hopefully, they're keeping mentals clear and they're just focused on, okay, with 2 games left, we have to pull off something if we want to make it through. Now, we've seen this before. It happens all the time. So my question heading into these next games will be which trio kind of comes up and they say, look, you know what? You've had 2 movies of Thomas HD, no more. We're switching genres. We're going to a brand new setting. This time it's sci-fi or Old West or elimination mystery. I don't even know. But I'm also down for a trilogy. So Thomas HD, if you guys are listening, feel free to just kind of run that back. I'm super down. And I'm sure everyone else watching is super down.
I'm down. Yeah, I'm with you. You. We're here for a show, you know?
I mean, let's hope that is what happens, because I would love to see that happen. All right, Fortnite fam, you know what time it is. We're running it back. We're aboard the battle bus. Game 5 is just ahead. So let's gear up, grab some popcorn, sit back, and relax as Shancho takes it all away.
Give me the trilogy, 100%. 100% give me that next movie going on Sancho, because these games, with Thomas HD, whoever's winning regardless, they're looking good all across the board.
Man, talk about a return to this top, man. This team is looking to better their 3rd place finish than the previous season in the FNCS, and they're doing it with style. And we already talked about having the #1 finish in your heat could lead you to the FNCS championship. And wow, what a way to do it here today in the final heat that we're watching. Shayo, I need a moment to breathe from the kind of like the air is just being sucked out of this lobby by Flick, Anas, and Thomas, I already mentioned, is are we in the ATF universe right now? It just feels like they're just making bangers after bangers right now.
Oh, absolutely. They're not only sucking out the air from us, but the points from the whole lobby, right? All the elims they keep getting, trios they keep stopping. They completely stopped Endlex, and their trio and their tracks last game. I wonder who they affect now. Speaking of that trio, how do Airwalks look after that game as well?
Yeah, let's just pull back a little bit. We know we've been talking about the top 8. We know we've been talking about the number 1 spot as well. But still, 9 through 16 is still at play here. There's 2 matches left on the table. 9 through 16 will be put into the reboot round where a victory royale will get you in. And you may be wondering, yeah, that's the 33rd team. That doesn't mean anything. Well, last season, that 33rd team of Bobo and was it Riho, right? They were able to get into the top 10. They were still able to make the bag right there and did so well. So still, long as you get a chance, that is what's the opportunity here is on the line. And to answer your question, Airwalks, Etsy, and Vato, they're in 13th place. They're right on that cusp of falling out of the top 16, about 4 points, but they still are in striking distance of that top 8. And we saw them in the qualifying rounds. They were able to do that just by putting together 2 big games.
We talked about them, maybe 2 big games, maybe a game and a half. They've definitely played that half now. So it's all about that game. But, you just saw that stat on board, Flick in game 3. Now it's kind of has the tie for the most eliminations overall in any of these games we've seen so far. If there's someone just taking away all the points from you, how will you have that pop-off game?
That's going to be the question here on the line. And let's not forget Nate. Nate was part of that Rojo and Bobo. Don't want to discount Nate as well. But the battles here is Bayon, Fleck, and Diablo here. And this is on those teams that are on that border of that reboot round. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this. They're certainly sitting right there with a big aggressive play. Getting in right in for Diablo. So we're seeing that. It gets him closer and closer to Airwax.
Flecken is a fighter as well. I've seen him just take out and get into fights with so many different trios. The map this time saying, yeah, that last game was cool near the stacks. We'll pull down towards the swamps this time. Possibility for Benji to have a really good game, but it's still slightly central. So might see it hover around Weeping Woods or even the desert once again. Vato, Airwalks, these guys are all the way towards the back side of the map, moving around kind of the circumference, diameter.
Yep.
The outline of the island. There we go.
I got you.
Math off the strong suit. The coolest thing about it though is for Vatos especially, I think all the way back in that chapter 1 map as well, he elected, when ballers were around or when the map was just developing every single patch and whatnot, to still stay near the edges. So it's cool to see the strategy roll through from like era to era and then, work around like the boatyard these days.
And at the same time, hey folks, if you've only been playing Fortnite in the chapter 2 days, back in my chapter 1 days, you touched the water, you were gone, eliminated. We have yet to swim in the Fortnite world during the chapter 1 day. So Vato walking that tightrope right now, and just alongside his run is literally on the tightrope. So yeah, look at that. Wow. Thanks, production. Shove it in my face. Shove it in my face when I had plenty of times where I cannoned myself off the map in chapter 1. Bad vibes.
A big thing about actually being on the outline of the map, or the outskirts, that's the word I was looking for, of the map so far, is that you're not going to be able to get tags or see what everyone else is doing around you as much. I feel like that blindness kind of hindered Airwalks and company at the very start few of the games.
Right.
It was always Andalex, taking all the good spots away from them, and at the same time them getting into stuff late. But then we talked about, getting into places late makes you have a better base. They were like super late, had to go low ground and didn't get to really push forward and play that risk reward game. It was just risk all the time, no reward. Right now, Rotary moving closer to you and Jams, who have a good spot, usually undisturbed, but takes so long to get out and get ready from Hunter's Haven. They're actually, it looks like a heist right now. They're making house to house in these suburbs.
And Rotary's trio is on the 10th spot going into this match. In the qualifying stage in round 3, they were able to get 18 elims. So that's the pop-off potential that we see here for this dangerous trio. And they do have one trio inside here, setting up an ambush inside here. You just about to walk into that door here. I think that was just too scary for us to witness, because you was about to get bopped really hard by that shotgun blast. We'll keep an eye on that feed right there. as Trizox here. And then now we're seeing some ramifications of, you mentioned hungry trios trying to move their way in, seeing that the opportunity to move up, as you do see the feed. Yes, Flois does get that elimination on you. So that Hunter's Haven battle scrum kind of pops up there for the moment. And now we're seeing a more south zone here. Taking a look at, there is a lot of people at Sweaty Sands. So Kinzel's trio is now moving into this fight, as you see Lolis is up there. So many fights breaking out. Boy,
not even just the fight. I'm concerned about all the people on the north side of this map. There's about 7 teams where it's craggy steamy right now.
That'll be the MTP
still
trio.
has like, yeah,
right.
They still have 2 different fights going on, and Coral Castle hasn't even moved in yet. So a lot of the people on this map are actually rotating in late.
Frey's trio being one of those too on that north side, yeah.
Lots of conflict there, and then now see Catch Estetum still in another fight in a different game at 32 points. They need a nice full game to play out, but looks like their fight will affect both sides, unfortunately. Maggle, though, will now be the new captain of Sweaty Sands. Where did all these guys come from?
Hey, the adjustments is here, and as I mentioned, Kinzel's down below here. The threshold for that top 16 has been pushed up to 40th or so points. So you're looking at there, you know, it was just before this match, it was sitting at in the 38s, 36, sitting at 38. But because that team in that spot is still racking up elims, Diablo, Flecken, and Bayon are being very aggressive here. And now you're seeing someone actually contesting Thomas HD. And hey, they pay the toll, they pay the price. Now it's going to be Jaggy here all by himself. And at this moment, they're just feeding into the Storm Surge, kind of like... I'm sorry, those some nasty tags there. Like, this man did not miss just because it's not a singles type blast with a sniper. He's still very deadly with the AR. And now Thomas AC and Austin Flick are going to be okay in Storm Surge. No doubt they're going to have to find a little bit more, and they're going to be late to this rotation here, considering that they had that fight. But hey, I think that that trilogy is still in play.
Have you heard about the Victory Royale buff that teams get?
Ooh, well, I mean, in this FNCS, I have to kind of disagree. We have, you know, we did see Arab getting a Victory Royale alongside with Nate and Innocence, and that didn't get them into the top 8.
Yeah, I'm not saying it gets you into the top 8, but it gives you a buff. The description of this buff, Sancho, because I guess you haven't heard of it. We'll talk about it.
I am all here for it. I have packed the bag. Hit me with it.
Let's hit you with it. So basically, I just feel like after watching a lot of these teams over a few regions, every time they win, it's like next game their AR does more damage. But they put themselves out there a lot more as well. It's kind of like a buff and a nerf at the same time.
When
you
like
get a back-to-back, yeah, like a passive buff, basically. Yeah,
feel that.
Saw last game from Thomas. They kind of used that buff. They were just getting so many elims over and over, cracking down trios towards the end game. It's needed too, right? You're looking at the format, just to remind you, 2 points for every elimination. That top 17 is where it really starts to dive down. To get the top 17, Sancho, half the teams have to get wiped. And it was Thomas really doing the work to get those teams really down to size. I feel like now, even in this game, you're just looking at the way they were aiming, like the back-to-back VR buff gets your damage even higher, I feel like. And then you still make even less mistakes. It's gonna get crazy. I'm so hyped to see how these guys perform in just a few moments. But for Airwalks and Vato, SC is down. Their loot's not looking too good. I know you like keeping a tabs on the ammo counter. That's looking fine right now, so they're there for Surge. But to get this game rolling, to really be in the top 8, I would say it has to be a top 3 here. And they're not looking prepped for that.
And this is where they've been. That ceiling of that 17th place, they've been kind of being there. They only had a couple of times where they're able to break through and get those placement points that kind of they value so much. But we saw Diablo Bayon being aggressive, but now they're met with the aggressors, the top dogs in the lobby. They've been barking this entire match right now, but now realizing who is outside their door, they're staying completely quiet and not deciding to make any kind of noise. That's the kind of change that you see here. Gnosis Trio has eliminated a player on 18 different teams. That it just means that they're out here affecting not just the top of the board, literally almost half the field has been affected by Thomas HD and Nasen Flick. The Gamma Guild is strong.
It's too overpowered. Like watching these guys take peeks and play right now, it's kind of like, you know, if you're watching like a ninja fighting movie and like the dude starts just using one arm and then
Right.
one behind his back and like
Right.
he's just faster than everyone else. That's this trio right now. Like they're just doing everything better. They have every position on height 24/7. Like, come on, man. Give everyone else a break.
Yeah, and let me add to that. They're like literally walking around, minimal builds, out in the open, no snipes coming their way, no shots coming their way. Everyone's earning their rotations, everyone's tarping and investing into it, and they're just out here vibing. Like, you know who these guys are when you see them walking around. You do not want to mess with them. And look at this. Look at this. There's no one in their way. They're all literally. It's
Oh,
like,
no.
hey.
Okay. Okay, never mind. We're fine. I was gonna give it a
yeah.
second for Storm Surge. It's just that they were like 80 below, and then yeah, we're 400 up. We're chilling.
Nah, they're chill. But that's the thing. It's literally like the party doesn't start until Thomas, Fishy, and Nas and Flick show up. That's the kind of thing. You talk about being late to the party. You talking about being early to the party. Everyone's literally sitting against the wall, being wallflowers, waiting to fight, kind of being box to box, whatever. And then all of a sudden, the big time players of the lobby show up, and that's when the real chaos begins.
There's still a lot of conflict just around in general. Salty Tower, Sweaty Sands. There's been a little bit of chaos, and Thomas, Nas, and Flick haven't been involved, but I think this pivot from every top team I've seen, every top team I've seen in every heat has been really good. They kind of stay low key towards the later halves of the game and then move in afterwards. The first few games we saw, Sancho, right? Like, it's a lot more passive. Everyone's playing closer to their boxes. And it's tough being, you know, in the center of the server. You get a lot done. But then towards the end of these games, the center of the server starts getting so much more aggressive. It's not tough, it's dangerous to be there, especially if you're in the lead. You can throw leads, you can have records not be broke. Look at us, Thomas know this right now. Steelix hot on, was it Flick's tail? Yes, but they're not gonna go straight in towards that box and dive. These guys have 0-point rocks as well. They'll be able to just zoom straight out.
I'm just worried for Snacks Trio, Heatsy, and Steelix. They're in 20th place going into this match. So that's what I mean. They could, this detour they're about to hit, as you see Thomas just getting closer and closer here. NTP Trio is just trying to get up to get their start going. And now we're going to have a box-to-box fight against the first place team who's having a dominant performance going against the 20th place team right now. Flores and Rotary trying to find their footing as well. They have an opportunity to get into the top 8 if they could just have a good game, and they're so far doing that right now in terms of their work. They've been slowly keeping up pace, just whizzing and missing that shot on Ref's guard. No tags as well. We did see this trio fight earlier. They were able to get one elim here, so now they're sitting at 50. And that's a pretty solid number to be at, but they still have work to get into the top 8, and the top 8 is actually going into this match was being held down by Refguard, but Snag and Steelix now losing a member, and Snag goes down, and now the swarm is on, but can Anas, Thomas, and Flick survive this? There's a lot of hungry trios here in this fight, and MTP is really hungry, looking for some scraps.
Yeah, they need anything they can get their hands on right now. Thomas HD still rolling in. There's Flick as a casualty so far, but 164 points and 134 damage worth of a shot. They'll wipe out another trio completely. Goodbye, Slove. Hello, elimination points. 6 elims for this trio going in, and Flick is back in the fight.
Flick back to his feet here. No doubt going to be back and heal up, and look at all that loot for that kind of jack-in-a-box type surprise charge shotgun blast, and Steelix snagged in Heatsy go down in the scrum as MTP retreats, knowing the elim feed was being lit up by Thomas HD, Flick, and Anas. Wow. Can they be stopped? Time will tell.
Definitely can't be stopped. They're way past that, but how many more records can they break is the question. MDP always low on Surge. Maybe that's why they're trying to dive in. Oh my goodness, Thomas. He just had his arm out or leg out there for a second, like a demon under the bed. He's just there to grab it. And now Heine is trying to do something as well. Not possible.
Bro, you literally sent chills up and down my spine. You can't even have, you gotta have your feet covered when you're in the bed. You know what I'm saying? Something.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about the main story, though. I want to do something. Never mind. Stop talking about the main story. Thomas isn't done. My bad. I was talking over you, man.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
Woo! Yo, demon mode is real. Demon mode season is back, man. It's back.
You're seeing the same thing I'm seeing, right? It's literally like an arm or like a pixel on the screen. And Thomas is like, yep, that's mine. Oh, that's actually a fatal mistake. You're down. Oh, you didn't think I could hit it from like 300 meters away? I'm sorry. It's just how I'm built. Different.
Man, built different. Dropping dots right now. Dotting up a lot of elims. Lobifying so many runs. Their elim to lobby ratio is at an all-time high right now. Oh my goodness.
I'm going to give him like 6 seconds to do something cool. And if he doesn't, I'll make this next point. So let's just see.
Put it on the timer. It's going to be a 102 until Shio's next point. He almost went for it. He almost went for it.
Come on, man.
The point is yours. Go
talk
ahead.
about, Thomas.
The floor is yours, dude. Go ahead, Shio.
All right, here we go. Different vibes out here. Okay, we're chilling.
Yeah, the squatty boys here. They're vibing.
I wanted to give every trio here so far kind of like a letter grade and how close they are to qualifying, right? Just
Okay.
so, you know, sometimes it's hard to understand the numbers overall. Versace in third with total elims with 11. Nice.
Okay. Nice.
But yeah, so in terms of Thomas HD, Anas and Flick, definitely an S tier, right? To be in
S
triple
plus
digits.
plus.
Yeah, you're basically qualled 107. It's the same thing for DKS, Blackie, and Ewan. They look like, you know, they're in the qual zone. Anything right now that's kind of like, you know, 70 points, 80 points, I would say is A. Like you're in a very good spot. Might not be guaranteed. You're still in that business 100%. So these guys just need maybe a little bit more of a game, a few more eliminations, they're there. Now, if you go to a team and they're about 60 points, 50 points, that's B tier, sort of, right? The things that these guys need in that threshold is a big swing forward. They're tied with a lot of people around them. They need more than an elim, maybe just a very good placement, maybe a top 5, top 10. Past that, you were talking about some trios with 50 points, some trios all the way down to the 30s and the 40s. Those guys definitely need a win, right? You don't even need a letter grade attached to that. These guys need so much more to do. And with people like Thomas HD taking away 10 elims before the 5th zone even, that is gonna get even harder to do. Amplified, 95. Yeah, these guys are definitely A tier, probably even S. I haven't seen that heat threshold go up super high. But to give you perspective, top 8 right now, 71 points to qualify. It's kind of close between 8th, 7th, and 6th. They're all in that 70 zone. Andalex, NAE, and Squeezed, 87. We saw them get stopped in time by Thomas last game.
So many grades being dished out by the Professor Shio. Right now, the teacher is handing out some big time grades, and that is Thomas AC flicking an os. But not to kind of amplify Matzo and Benji here. They were kind of there at the end game there. Saw Matzo clutch up there, was trying to work his way. And as we see Vino and Patty on your top right of the screen alongside with Knifer, the console track players making their way into the PC. They're moving up their leaderboard. It was pointed out by the analyst desk, so we'll keep an eye on that. They were able to get 10. I think a huge double-digit elim play. Birch getting a knock against Bra. There's still a lot of more players still have a lot to play, and that's Bayan, Diablo, and Flecken, who just crossed a little bit of the path with Thomas HD, and they did survive. So they are survivors in this fight here as Thomas HD picks up a knock on Nate. Bato's going down. That's going to be big. That's going to be big.
We're still talking about those grades, you know, 40 points right now. Still an avidly good performance over the day, but to get top 8, they'll have to double their points and more, Sancho. I feel like this heat is going to somewhere near 90 points to qual. I feel like with how good these players are all playing. Snazy is still looking good. 97 not for this trio in this game. 5 eliminations. What are these guys doing in the top 3 to suck up all these points in the top 5? 10 eliminations for Thomas HD. 5 so far for Snazy and Andalex. This was all before the 4th zone as well. And we're almost at placement, Sancho, before moving zones start.
And right now, still moving up the greater gap is Thomas HD and the trio picking up 2 elims here. But let's keep focus here on Stacey, Andalex, and Xweez. Let's talk about them for a brief moment. They were sitting in the top 3, but then they got pushed by Thomas HD and got knocked all the way down to their 5th place here. Still stories are being developing right now at the moment here. Bayon, Diablo, and Flecken are just basically on the cusp of the reboot round, and that's no doubt a place where they don't want to be. But we've been seeing them kind of kick up their intensity right now, as considering that there's only 2 matches here left. The half in and half out has already been revealed. Now we're in our first rotating zone, zone 6. and it's going to push a little bit west.
You're always talking about top 8. That's what everyone needs to hit. Looks like there's only just 2 slots left. It's Leon Freyr's Cookie, Birch, and then Kinzel, Dysiptos, and Wakey, who are kind of falling outside of that top 8. Everyone else has now hit triple digits. My goodness. This might just be teams fighting to be inside reboot round for Heat 4. I was not joking. No, we were not joking when we said this is one of the most difficult heats to qual from.
Over 101 final appearances in this heat. We have console champions here. We have so much DreamHack champions here. And it's all on the line here. This is the final heats here. Now we see Flecken here making his way through. His Tarp trying to go through, push through. And a very congested layer. On your top of your screen, you have Kinzel, Dysiptos, and Wakey making some great movement. And of course, on the high is that console champion team of Venom, Knifer, and Patty.
Amplify already getting a few eliminations, making the top 3 go and soar even higher. Past that, Vino, yes, is all the way up top. On the top right, you see Wakey. Got some points, trying to break through the 80 threshold towards the 90s. Flecken got some more fights. Diablo and Ban in tow. Haven't done much just yet. Mats are also running low. And Dreda activated in the feed. Dexy follows by as well. They're not done with the day just yet. They don't want to give up here. But otherwise, they're getting harder. The top's only rising even more. Taking out Raze. Frey not having the best day, but Refsguard gets the points inside his trio's box. Past that, now looks like another half and half moving over from the zone because everyone was based up so close side by side. But we're in the 7th. Storm Surge now active. 5 people need to go down.
And these are always the most dangerous Storm Surge on these rotations. It's going to cause so much chaos here. You're seeing so much Storm Surge going through, flying through builds as much as possible.
No!
What's also flying through is some big Thomas AC elims. Dysiptos gets a big time tag against him, and now he's down minimal HP, and now Wakey is trying to survive the low ground pressure as he's trying to be tripped up on his rotation. Now it's up to Wakey and Kinzel, and Wakey gets tagged hard. 22 HP, trying to fight and survive here. Kinzel is still the only one with shield in that trio, but we're still be keeping up with Flecken, Diablo, and Bayon, who are on that cusp here, and look at Child, they're in the 50s now, as Patty is still holding on to height. But now it's soft builds down below. So Patty, Vino, and Knifer could get some elims as Amplify goes down, and it's all up to Benji, and Benji's without shield.
Flecken's trying for the clutch. He's inside the box, going head to head, but it's not enough. 57's where he stops for now. Graduation game for Wakey, kills Kinzel and Dysiptos. They need this so badly. 98 points so far, going into triple digits will 100% confirm that they're allowed to play in those finals, but at the same time, everyone is allocating so many points. Refsguard has upped his tier of play. He's in a different class too, 95 points in total with Scram. Flick is down below, elevates a bit off the floor. Refsguard still trying to go back and find things. Is a bounce back, a few more builds, some minis, and now a lull moment that everyone actually just tries to discover what's going on around them. Flicking off Thomas, I feel like he's still alive at the low ground. Finding Kinzel and Wakey. Fighting Dysiptos as well. Or no, Kinzel Wakey, but at the same time, the E11 duo as well. Refsguard is trying, drops Thomas down towards the box. Flick is now staying up 2 at the same time. Everyone's so close neck and neck.
I mean, Frey was making a move on the leaderboard, but they ran right into the wall of Anasa's trio, and Flick gets a elim on Refsguard. So the trilogy is still on the line. Patty is holding on to height as he sends down the dogs of Knifer and Vino to slow down this dangerous monster that's down below. Can Kinzel and Wakey survive it? No. Kinzel gets knocked. Wakey gets confirmed by Anas here. So now it's a battle here. The trilogy on the line. Can the console players coming in hot from into the PC world slay the dragon that is Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD? They go up to the height. Flick goes down. Thomas and Anas have over close to 20 elims. Knifer goes down. Thomas HD is on the low ground. We have a battle between Patty and we have Thomas HD. Does he have the heal condition? He may be able to pop this off. He does pop it off. It's a 1v1 situation. Can Thomas find this? And look at the amount of elims. We're talking about 26 elims. Can the 27 be here? And it's no! Patty says not so fast in the victory royale, but wow!
Closer to qual for Patty. That's insane. Closer to qual for Patty, Knifer, and Vino. And for Thomas HD, Anas, and Flick, 26 eliminations after 2 victory royales that were also double digits.
Dude, it's like, I'm telling you, I was watching the feed. You're seeing so many teams that are needing to do their best to get in. You're seeing them make movements. You see Frey popping up, and all of a sudden, bam, cut off, door shut by Anas's trio. But wow, it's still, hey, you're seeing that. You talked about the pop-off here. Patty's trio doing that and doing it right. And not only that, stopping a back-to-back-to-back victory royale against Thomas HD.
I always ask for breakdowns for the entire, teams that are playing, but show me how that VR went down. And guys at the desk, talk to me about Thomas HD, because this man is doing so much and even more.
All right, so this is okay. So this is basically, in case you guys didn't know, Knifer, Patty, these are FNCS champions coming over from console, right? We've now merged the tracks with one track. So now you've got FNCS champions, previous, trying to fight off FNCS Trio's champions to be. I mean, that's kind of what Thomas HD and Trio are looking to do. And you can tell just by the way they're playing. I mean, 77 points, 26 eliminations. Look, guys, you've already qualled. All right, maybe save some of this energy for finals.
Our plan was to talk about the bubble teams, and we will definitely do that. The teams who are in reach of qualifying. But there's no way we can't just talk about 26 eliminations and a victory royale. You know what? We will talk about the bubble teams. We'll do it. So, in what was currently before this game started, we had Cookie, Birch, and Leon, who are currently on 77 points going into this game. Now, we've not checked the leaderboard to see where they're going, but their games so far have been kind of hit or miss. They started off with 10th place, then 6th, then a 7th, then a 3rd. So really, really good going in. They had some great momentum, but they've kind of started to go a little bit low in the eliminations, an average eliminations of 3 only, despite the fact getting really, really good placement, but failing to get into that top 3. So we're going to need to see if they had a really, really big game in this last one, and if they can pull it out in that last game to stay in that top 8.
Yeah, as you can see here on your screen, Scram and Jetta Refsguard, these guys have something to prove. Coming into the season, they were one of the strongest trios. They seem to be in incredible form. And then things sort of start to slow down a bit, and they're sort of picking up the pace now and showing people why we should have kept their names in our mouths. In terms of Jam Schmecky, that team, they've, started off hot. They started off really, really hot, and things have slowed down greatly, man. These guys need to be careful because they're on the verge of sort of falling out of that top 8, and that would be an absolute travesty, right? If they were to just start off so well like they did and fall off. When it comes to Birch, right, you mentioned Birch, Cookie, Leon, Flares. Last time Birch and Cookie played in a FNCS trio heat together, they came 28th, right? So this is a huge step in the right direction for them as a trio, right? Like in terms of how they play, big improvements. Just need to, try and actually push to make sure they can stay here so that they can get a chance to play in that grand finals.
Yeah, and we're looking at the top of the leaderboards, and there are a lot of names here. There are a lot of names, a lot of great players, but let's be real. There's one number we're looking at here, and that's 235 points. The amount that these two have gained across the last 2 games alone is 133 points, which is more than Amplify, Matzo, and Benjyfishy have in 2nd place. So the last 2 games alone, they would have been in 1st place.
These guys are world class. These guys are a different level. We are honestly witnessing just pure greatness. Like, this is just all-time levels of just dominance, right? Like, these guys are making what people set up this heat to be one of the hardest heats, right? We were looking at this heat thinking, wow, this is going to be tough, right? There's a lot of good players in here. These guys are making it look like arena matches. You know what I mean? Like 26 bombs, like this is just crazy stuff. Like we genuinely will not see stuff like this again. Like, and if we do, it's gonna be from these guys again because they are just so in sync. The team cohesion, just everything is just perfect with these guys right now. If they take this form into the grand finals, it's wraps. It's over. It's all over. I said I wanted to see British docs. It's all over if these guys are playing like this in the grand finals. All over.
I hope they haven't peaked today. I mean, this is an incredible performance from them, and I want to see the same performance in that finals, right, where the money is on the line. But, one of the things we'd be kind of hyped out, last victory royale there went to Paddy, Knifer, and Vino. And remember, if we talked about them between the last game as well, coming into game 4, they had 2 points. Then they got 10 eliminations in a 4th, now 8 eliminations and a 1st. They are in 8th place, which means they are completely on the bubble right now for qualifying. Remember, top 8 instantly qualifies you through to the finals, and they've basically done that in 2 games. So that last 2 games we watched was massive for 2 different teams. Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD gaining 133 points and would be at the top of the leaderboard without that. And with Paddy, Knifer, and Vino having 2 massive games and moving them from the bottom of the leaderboard pretty much up into qualifying thresholds.
Do you know what's crazy for me, Reese, right? Like when I'm sitting here looking at this and looking at what's going on, right? Like on a regular basis, right? You look at what they're doing and you'd think to themselves, you can't replicate such a great performance, right? Like these guys won the last heat that they played in. Last FNCS, they literally won their heat, went on to get top 3, right? They got 3rd in the finals. They are definitely capable of keeping this up. And so this is just scary. For anybody watching in any of the other heats, this is just frightening.
257 points is the record. We'll have to see if they can beat it. Can they do it? Sancho, West, Shy Wager. Let's get ready to this one last time. The final game from EU. Over to you guys.
Why is Heat 4 the hardest heat? It's because people like Anas, Benji, the Siptos, Blackie, and Alex, they all exist. There's 6 teams right now, Sancho, with more than 100 points inside these semifinals.
I'm just still floored by the ride we were just on, and Thomas, Flick, and Anas put on a show. But it is 8 spots up for grabs still. There's going to be another 8 trios, essentially. I know there's not a... I know.
Thing, you know what I mean?
You're right, I know, but I'm saying there's going to be 8 trios joining the 16 that are already in. And
That's
not only that, there's going to be 1 more added to that. Will it be someone from this heat or the previous heat? Because we still have the reboot round. Yes, this is the final in this heat. We still have 2 matches for you to enjoy. Man, and it's going to be a sweet, sweet dessert, man. We're talking about the best pie you could think of that's going to come on down in the reboot round. And man, what is still... You talked about the 2 storylines. Yes, we're going to have a historic run, the meteoric run from Anas, Flick, and Thomas HD, but we cannot forget about Knifer, Paddy, and Vino able to make their way. We said we need to see a team with a pop-off and a half. They got their pop-off. Now they need their half to hold on to the spot. Everybody keep an eye on anybody that's in the 80s or the high 70s, because they're right now in contention to go back up into that top 8.
I lied. It was not a pop-off and a half. Might have to be 3 pop-offs, to be honest. Might have to play 6 more games, honestly, to catch up to what these guys are doing at first and beyond. Because then you're right, you know, it's the top 8 that qual. But right now, 6 of those 8, as I mentioned before, have triple digits. 7th place is 95 with Westguard, Andretta, and Scram. And then Paddy, Knifer, and Vino just got a win to get to 82, which is tied.
Yeah, that's very tied right there for the moment here, as we're seeing more and more action.
Basically, like, it's the top 8 right now, kind of, or the top 7, and then the rest of the lobby. Definitely room for people to qual, but usually by game 6, there's like 2 guarantees, 1st and 2nd. And then everyone else has a chance. There's a few ties to break. Right now, there's just 2 spots basically left. Shady has a chance at 46, definitely, off of this game. This also means the stakes are kind of more widespread for everyone. Usually there's about 10 teams that kind of roll through.
Right.
And you know, they have the chance to qual. Everyone else needs a miracle. Right now, I think the entire lobby has a chance to qualify, definitely.
And, you know, and we talked about the 80s being that bubble. For the reboot round, it's around the 40s. So it's half of that. So if you're just trying to keep up with us at home, if you're watching, thank you so much for being here. But keep an eye on this. So Shady's team is on the bubble right here, coming into 15th place. So this is going to be a huge thing. And you're just seeing that Steelix in that trio is trying to just change their fate right now, considering that Steelix in that trio has not had a successful day. The caliber of performance that Steelix's trio, we know that they're capable of. They're only putting in 30 points. So this may be the end of the ride for this Italian trio.
The game needs to start now. Usually everyone can get away with a cool passive game plan, go for tags, and then play an end game. But literally for about 15 different trios right now, it's about getting 5 or 6 eliminations before that 3rd or 4th zone locks in. It's about keying these other teams. It'll be difficult, though, because everyone's on edge.
And I was going to say, usually match 6 or the final frame in the heats usually goes either 2 ways. Sometimes you could have a stacker of a game, everyone playing close to the chest, or you could have these kinds of keen situations where everyone's full tilt going forward, trying to change their fate, not by placements, but the way of the elim, the way of their weapons here is going to be that determining factor. And as you're seeing, Link actually eliminating Vino. So that team that's in 8th place may be in danger of slipping off the fight, as Shady now the lone warrior fighting for against Snag, Steelix, and Heatsy. This is not going to be an easy fight to Shady. It's a 2v1 situation here. The only thing that's fighting in his advantage is, I was going to say is that so far no one's pushing him, but Steelix says not so fast. And the Italians, they have an opportunity to glow on, but here's another W key situation, another build off that's happening here in Hunter's Haven.
It'll be between you, Jams, and Schmecky. This trio has tried to get broken into twice by Flo's Rotary and Nate. Not sure exactly how it went the first time, but this is the final time it'll happen, and it looks successful. The heist is almost complete. It's just about getting away with these points. He's trying to confirm it on the Jams. Just want him to use all the mats he probably has to use right now. Wants to make sure that refresh is there. It's a possibility, and it does go through completely. So 57 points. And you, Jams, and Schmecky, they started the day off with a VR. Looks so good, but now we're locked in at 10th place. Assume 100% they'll be there for that reboot round. Now there's a chance for Nate, Flo's, and Rotary to take this game by the horns and qualify in the top 8.
And, you know, that's what's going to take here. Flois last season came in 5th place with Andretta and Lewis. And then you're seeing Nate. That was the guy who came in 10th place in the FNCS trios coming from the reboot round. So Nate does have experience if they do fall into the reboot round to win the victory royale or nothing. But you know they want to avoid that. To round out that trio, Rotary came into the heat stage with Kiriachi and Stormy Right. So Rotary hasn't seen the finals in the trio stage in a while the other two members have been there to the promised land. Still, same type of situation here. Lois, Mago, and Pyros are on the bubble for the reboot round. Still a lot to play for the rest of the leaderboard. Even though the first place has already been answered, that question a long time ago, we still have so much intensity here throughout the rest of the field.
Mago had a little bit of essence of confidence going into, I think, about game 3. Controlled high ground on the majority of the server on that 4th zone, but it did not bounce to his favor. The game's not bounced to their favor in general at all today, but there still is a chance to flip it around. Goes to Loco and Yasin, man. These guys have been fighting at Sweaty against different teams every time. Now Kinzel has been here for a few games too. 3 eliminations. So a possible pedestal for this game moving forward, taking control of power. And then getting towards the top, but Sancho, it's like one teammate's already down.
I gotta say, man, Sweaty Sands was a great POI the previous season, just has not developed into that power POI that it used to be. I don't know what it is, either that the loot is not as plentiful or the changes in the meta, but you gotta say, Sweaty Sands is just not the vibe right now for some of these trios.
In this heat, maybe, we've seen some people do some very creative things over time. I really like the way that Forziar and Nate were working it yesterday. Of course, Nate, and then the qualing, but I like the fact that you can be aggressive off this POI, fight in it right here, right now, push towards Sweaty, push towards, you know, scavenger routes as well. Lots of options, which means, yes, absolutely, it's hard to choose the right one per game, per format, per section of a tournament. It's definitely very complicated. Stormy Right goes down. And I think that's to the team all the way over at Craggy.
Yes.
So their stop 2, a prediction coming through, I think from a lot of us, you know, they're very good fighters off spawn. If they were going to just confirm that fight game after game, on paper they look really good, but unfortunately as a result today, they don't qualify in the top 8.
And that was Levin's pick. Levin really believed their off spawn prowess to be the determining factor, but Andretta's trio put that to a halt, kicked them out of the Steamy Stacks drop. And we all know when you're dropless and you're searching around looking for another trio that you haven't scrimmed against, practiced against, where you're on the fly, now you have to rely on your reactions and your experience to be able to get you through into the stage. Sometimes it's just too difficult to ask for a trio.
Sometimes a trio can be under-leveled.
Oh.
I feel like that's the issue with Stasio 6 and Vapix. Sometimes experience is not there, and my goodness, not putting a build around a box and trying to see what can be done. They get trumped by Vato, but on the backside, Benjyfishy and Matzo are ready for a piece of the pie as well. These guys already have triple digits, can affect any of the teams and gate them from qualifying to the next stage of the FNCS, and that's exactly what they're going to do right here and right now.
This is going to be a huge engagement. This is going to shake up a lot of the leaderboard and stop a lot of stories here. Stasios with that ace in his pocket, and that is a rocket. And whoever wins this engagement is going to be rewarded with that RPG. Benjyfishy and Matzo, they don't need this fight per se. It is Airwax, Vato, and Etsy that need to survive this as well. I'm taking a look at the leaderboard where Stasios is. He's actually in 19th place. He has some work to do. You mentioned it. There's two trios here that need a victory royale with that big time pop off. And in Elims, Benji and Matzo and Amplify, they don't need anything right now. They're basically in.
They can affect everyone else's stories and paths moving forward. Anas down for right now. They're ranking currently first, second, and third for Elims. And honestly, for me, first for style overall.
I have to touch on Egram's trio that did really well in the previous heat. We're basically able to qualify in 3 matches with some big time pop-off elims as well. They have to be watching right now and wondering how they're going to solve this crazy puzzle of Flick and Nos and Thomas HC. No doubt they knew that going forward, but now it's just scarier. You know what I mean? Now the proof is in the pudding, and this pudding is dangerous.
The chains were definitely unlinked, and these guys were unleashed today because they were not contested at Dirty Docks at all. Had free reign to just go wherever they wanted, whenever they wanted on the server. Not usually the scenario, but at the same time trying to fight these guys off of spawn. I haven't seen a team successfully do it and have a really high placement, at least not in my mind, in recent times. It's just always been the Thomas, Flick, and Anas show when it comes to Dirty, and I feel like that'll reign true going in the finals as well.
Here is the bubble here. Big moment for Yasin, Loco, and Ghosta. We've been kind of ping-ponging all around the map here. Their FNCS is on the line. Nice edit catch right there. Hit with the tack, but it's gonna come at a trade. And down goes that trio. Man, so many people are just in all full sending in as much as possible. Just trying to grab as many scraps. Sometimes you get hit right in the hand when you're reaching into the cookie jar. And maybe a little too late here for Rotary Flois and Nate here. We're on the cusp of making it, but they're going to need a victory royale. That is their qual condition. And what a high task to get in. But it looks like what happened to Vato's trio? Did they disengage and Stasios just sitting there in his cone was able to survive all that madness? I guess when you hear an RPG, I don't know. I definitely have to keep an eye. I don't see anybody in sight. Benji's trio definitely retreated here. And they're sitting on top of Flush Factory, vibing.
Wow. The stakes right now for Refsguard, Scram, and Andretta. So high. 7th place, 95 points coming into this game. They're the ones that need to basically fall so any other trio in the server can rise. There's Vato, SD, and Airwalks right beside Flois, Rotary, and Nate. They did disengage and go towards the center of the map, so a very good boxer playing for the end game. But once again, Sancho's right. Both these teams need a win, which is, you know, that's a crazy story in itself, but people still alive in this game, you know, Benji, Thomas HD, they're going to be there too, and still alive as an RPG in the game as well. That's ringing, exploding boxes over and over. Why target Flois? Why go for this box? Because they need points too. Everything needs to happen right now, and for these guys, it's more so chill. They can just slow it down. It's kind of like a victory lap for them in this game. But man, is it so different for every other trio close to the ground.
Yeah, right now this victory lap is literally lapping the entire field again. Look at what's at stake. You have Raze, Arion, and Frey, who were, like I mentioned, I saw them in the feed, Shio. They were cooking. They were doing so well. They were dishing out elims, racking up 2-pointers here and there. They were feeling it. They were on fire, and literally they got blocked by Flick, who are in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in elims for the day in this heat. I don't know, man. Can you imagine competing so long? And not to mention, there's people in heats 1 and 2 who were from yesterday that are about to play in this reboot round, and the people who competed earlier today are waiting to get in to see who's going to be the next 9 through 16 that gets put in. And can you imagine if a Refs Guards trio falls into that? We know that in this heat, there's going to be a strong 8 teams or 9 through 16 teams that are going to be big players into that reboot round, who know how to play for in-game, who know how to play for high, who have very competent fighting styles in the mid-ground to low ground, and who've been making really intelligent rotations. So that reboot round is going to be so good to watch, and I cannot wait for that to happen.
I just hope that these guys don't have to play it, because they've been playing so good today in general. There's just so many teams playing even more greats, but you're absolutely right. Still from 7th all the way down to even just 20th place right now. Teams stand a chance. But once again, they have to beat everyone else, including the top 5, have a seat up top. And the 2 teams to focus on are honestly Knifer, Vino, Patty, Refsguard, and Drita, and Scram. They're going to need to go down first for any other action for teams like Leon, Cookie, and Birch to get started. These guys are currently in 9th place, a spot that will not be moving forward to the finals. And even if they stay in the game and get eliminations, the people ahead of them already have a few elims and are still alive. They need to go down first, so they have an extra win condition tatted on that's even harder to accomplish.
It's just like what win condition has a solid chance, and all that can go away with a crazy engagement, as you're seeing in Dreta, the only EU player to place top 5 in both of the F and CS trios. That's, of course, the last season and season X from Chapter 1. So that's what's at stake, and Bato gets stuck from Snazzy. Let's see how the rest of that trio does here. Remember, that is a bubble team that's literally we get a victory royale to have a chance to get in the top 8. And so far, the 2 members of Etsy and Airwax is still up right now. And here's that dominating monster trio here. And Refsguard's about to get in. He's about to catch someone. Does he? Does. Yes. A big crack in the back. And can he go ahead and capitalize on that and close that out? No, he doesn't. Blink is able to survive. He just get a big tag, and now he gets lobby focused. The close wasn't there.
That whip is not going to be the difference. This team is in a very different position to everyone else who needs a win. They just need to keep surviving. They just need to stay alive. Maybe pick up 1 or 2 eliminations. It might be the difference maker, but I'm not too worried about Refsguard after that. Still, that was a guarantee. I'm surprised he missed those AR shots after the fact, but you have to think about the pressure the team is under. The spotlight is on them. I understand Thomas and Austin Flick are doing great. I get it. There's 5 different teams with triple-digit points, but these are the people in the very first hot seat that might get removed in 7th place.
Man, that seat could literally be pulled underneath them. That rug could be pulled out right here. This is another trio that's on that same hot seat of Leon, Cookie, and Birch. Let's see where the half in and half out pulls, and it is close to a max pull. This is going to be tough because Benji's trio is sitting right above them. And you already see Matzo, Umpify, and Benji are already making move. And not only that, you have Andelek, Snazzy, alongside Stasios is still there. This man hasn't moved, hasn't breathed, hasn't said a word, but he may have to be moving because Storm Surge is firing down below.
Yeah, because he's so quiet, the lightning will find him. And past
Oh,
that
no.
as well,
Oh,
Refsguard
no.
gets clapped. An opening possibly for the rest of the server. Who are the ones taking storm damage? Is it actually Thomas Flick and Anas?
Could be.
Have they not gotten into any other fights right now?
Hey,
Flick
they're
at almost 1 HP.
Ugh. Oh no! I was gonna say, and they picked a fight that's gonna make some big time waves on that top 8. Refsguard is going down now in Dreta, who does get a knock on a Nos here. That's gonna pick some big valuable points. If that doesn't get confirmed, last time we did see Flick did get picked back up here, so that's gonna be a huge factor going forward. These are gonna be vital 2 points and vital placements. We're not there yet, where 4 trios have to go down, and now Scram and Dreta have to do this as a duo. The top 8 is in the works for them. But wow, they ran into a Storm Surge star, Flick Thomas, and a Nas. And that's not where you want to be on that front doorstep as Birch and Diablo. Oh no, Birch goes down. Birch gets eliminated.
9th place.
Now
Now taken
Leon
away.
goes down.
So close. He's still knocked, but there's a chance to get him back up. Amplify and Benji are there too. Matt's looking for the finish. Yes, Leon does get finished. Benji and Amplify actually just stopping people from qualifying with their guns close range. Ethan also getting knocked, and Dreda can find a way to clap back onto the Guild Gambit trio. I won't actually find it just right there. 19 still alive placement about to be handed out. If there's a time for Andretta to go down so the rest of the lobby can catch up, it's right now. They have to survive these next 3 minutes. This next zone rotation, the toughest and longest one, is zone 6. They have position for it though. Fireflies in the inventory because they've used so much already.
For luck, bro. Fireflies for luck.
Oh, Ray's Ari on as well. They're on height. The type of misfitty trio all the way from below. And down on low ground, there's Flois still trying to keep his dream alive.
And Cookie is the last remaining member here of that spot that was in 9th place. So Cookie has to hold on as much as possible with 83 points. He needs Andretta to go down, and then Cookie needs to just hold on and survive. Placement points are not hold up. So now we're watching 8th place on the top of your screen, and Cookie sitting in 9th place. That's what's at stake. One will make it through, and the other will be sent down into the reboot round.
There is a little bit of meat in that sandwich too, though. Patty, Knifer, and Vino still alive. They will need to go down as well, I believe. Or they're looking for a little bit of piece of the pie in this puzzle. X-Squeeze is the one all the way on height, though. They're going to be trolling this game for now,
Cookie.
and you know when they're on height, they get aggressive. Cookie goes down. And unfortunately, it looks like that qualification run will stop in its tracks. We'll be seeing them in reboot, unless Patty tripped up as well. But there's room for Patty to move as Andretta finds another and makes 7th place. Go to triple digits as well.
No build to his name, completely fresh out. Now hoping, yes, Storm does pull back here, and he's going to look for an opportunity to put a big time tag as much as possible. But look, all the trios are coming up to his layer. This is the lone run, and we have to keep a look at Knifler's trio. If there are just more, if they're in the triple digits, then that means Andretta still has some work to do as the solo here. 105 points. Let's take a look at the feeds. T-Leaks is still going. Heaty's still going. Triux trades Heatsy, gets a knock. Snag, they could do it. They're making a pop-off. They're going to have a lot of work to do, though, Shio.
They're trying it. 7 teams right now are over 100 points in the top 8. And Andretta will be the one with the least that gets taken out. There's essentially just one spot up for grabs. Patty, Vino on low ground are the ones to watch at the moment, the ones to take it all away. Everyone should be trying to stop them right now, but they don't know exactly where they are. Thomas is also in a clutch position. 4 elims so far. How many points did he take away? I'm trying to look for Patty. There he is on the left side of your screen, on the bottom left in low ground. Raze, Arion, and Freyr foaming at the mouth, trying to find them, trying to break inside that tarp, get those eliminations. Doesn't matter though, they have to move up. The server is starting to clinch down. Might get lost in the zone. I'm focusing on Vino and Patty right now. On the top right there it is. Patty goes down.
Vino traded. He's up. Vino's good. They're still not in the triple digits though. They're not in the triple digits. Andretta is still just a little bit higher, and Vino still got that confirmation. So that's 2 points right there. And now we're getting close. No, 101, but that's not 105, bro. It's not 105, and that's where Andretta finished.
True, but it might be just 8th place. We'll see if it was enough.
Might be.
Let's look at how that victory lap swag looks though on Thomas, as he's still alive. From top 17 down to top 5 with minimal build, still working. Game number 6 might stop Raze in his tracks. He could be there close to Qual inside the storm, though it's not enough for him to survive. Raze keeps his dreams alive, but it's Andalex, Squeeze, and Snazy on height who are looking to wrap this game up.
What a valiant effort from Snagged and the Italian trio. They were so close. They were making some moves up the board as much as possible. But we were talking about victory laps, and now we have definitely 2 teams that are in. Deceptos, Wakey, and Kenzel, who's out, is going up against Andalex's trio. And Andalex's trio is trying to have a say that they're still a very dominant and dangerous trio, and they walk away with the victory royale. Well, wow, man, what a furious finish into that top 8. But no doubt, right now, the dominant performance of Flick and Nas and Telmish HD with 256 points, 2 victory royales, 68 elims. Child, what a show this trio put on for us here today.
They took the bronze, silver, and gold trophy home today in heat number 4 and proved they're a force to be reckoned with coming into those finals. An amazing game to watch from them multiple times, back to back. 26 elims. Second place, Sancho, was kind of like their average. That's absolutely insane.
And it was one trio that stood in their way. It was Knifer, Patty, and Vino who stood in their way from stopping them from get a back-to-back victory royale. And they were able to get into contention for that top 8 finish. Let's see. Remember, a lot of people were fighting into those top 8 spots. I cannot wait to see how it shakes out on the leaderboard, Shio.
Absolutely. Let's toss it back over to Zeke, Reese, and Levin. That was Sancho and Shio Wager. We'll be joining you for that reboot round in a hot minute.
Guys, fantastic cast on the day. Such an incredible game. Thomas, you were so close. You were 1 point away from at least tying the record, but an incredible effort coming there in those final few moments. I mean, boys, kind of holding on as a solo player in those situations. Levin, you were like, hey, this guy's looking to do an edit course right now. Like, the way he's moving through these builds. Overall, I'm super impressed with this trio, and I can't wait to see how they perform in finals.
Again, actually, flashback from this heat to last FNCS. I think it was in the finals, if my memory serves me correctly, but Thomas HD also had a huge solo clutch in that as well, basically playing through an entire endgame by himself, as we've just witnessed. You know, when Zeke was talking about getting a record there, what he was meaning is the fact that no other trio on any region has got more than 257 points, and Thomas HD's team just came shy of that, unfortunately, but still, they managed to break another record, getting 26 eliminations and the victory royale, being the most points in a single game and the most eliminations in a single game across any region that we've seen so far in the heats.
Yeah, these guys, they get a brace of victory royales on the day. You know, so close to picking up the hat trick there as well. I've just been so impressed watching these guys, man. They honestly have just put on an all-time performance. You know, Thomas, Flick, and Nas, they have consistently showed today why they need to be, respected. There's been questions going into the grand finals of, Dirty Ducks, what's going to go on? These guys are trying to shut everybody up, right? They're trying to say to everybody, there is no doubt we are the #1 team in any lobby we play in. Mm-hmm. And if they can keep up this level of performance, I don't know. I don't care. I don't care who it is that is contesting them anywhere on the map. There is just nothing you can do about these guys when they're playing like this. It is insane. Congratulations to them. First in the leaderboards without a shadow of a doubt, and booking themselves right into that finals.
Yeah, and the rest of the teams on the leaderboard right there, definitely absolutely performed as well. Don't let the fact that Flick and Nas and Thomas HD had 68 eliminations, 2 victory royales, let that overshadow the fact that Kinzel, Deciptos, and Wakey had an absolutely huge day, and probably one of the only teams right now to come out of Coral Castle performing well. A drop spot that's known to be really, really difficult for Storm Surge. And remember, a lot of these zones have been east side zones as well, so max distance zones for a lot of the zones today, and this team has managed to perform so good, taking up a 2nd place. And again, my pick, Andlex, Snazy, and X-Squeeze as well, coming in 3rd with a huge day. We knew these guys were going to be that consistent, and they absolutely performed to the standard that we know they can.
Yeah, can we take a moment though to shout out to Amplify Matzo Benji, right? These guys are obviously one of the newer form trios. They've done an absolute great job securing themselves. It was always going to be a big question, right? Obviously, ADN leaving that trio, Benji stepping in. Obviously, ADN's trio didn't even manage to qualify. So now I'm sure Amplify and Matzo will be feeling like the right decision was made there. And so hopefully they can take that and go and do well in that grand finals. Taking a look at the teams that barely made their way in. Paddy Knife of, clutching up. They started after what was it, like the first 3 games? They had like 2 points. They were like
2 points.
30 seconds.
2 points.
Right? And they've managed to crawl their way all the way back in. Shout out to those boys. Obviously, Paddy being an FNCS champion on console, repping for all the console boys now. And then Dreta, Scram, and Refscott. I did doubt them. I put my hands up. I apologize, boys. I did doubt you slightly, and you proved me absolutely wrong. They played so well. They pushed out the CIS boys out of Steamy completely. And so great stuff from these guys.
Yeah, and Stormy Rise Trio, we were watching that a ton at the start of these few games. They're like, how is this fight going against Refsguards and Dread and Scram in that Steamy Stacks era? And, I think that fight was going kind of one-sided. Let's be real. Refsguard and Dread and Scram was picking that up. And, we saw that Stormy Rise ended up deciding not to contest here anymore. It was not worth it. And, that was the kind of jet fuel that Refsguards Trio needed to get up. But, we're moving on to the teams that are going into that 9th till 16th slot. These guys have all qualified through for the reboot round, which will be later today. And, they still have a chance to get through into that finals. You saw Raze, Aaron, and Frey along with snagged Heatsea and Steelix. We think that snagged Heatsea and Steelix through the qualifiers, they were having a rough day. A lot of the qualifiers, they were contested up in their stealthy stronghold area. They were having a tough time in these. And, we thought today might be their day to kind of hit that top 8 slot because they had it uncontested today. But, it just wasn't their day at this point, and they have to go back to the drawing board. They still have this one opportunity, though, of the reboot round.
Well, Reese boy, look, they're gonna be contesting their good friend Shaykos and Amexa in the reboot round. Those guys, obviously, that trio is gonna be playing in the reboot round, so I'm sure those guys are gonna meet at Stealthy and have a great time. The final team to make it into that reboot round will be Lolas, Maggle, and Payros, who are gonna be glad that they at least get the chance to be in a reboot round, but would much rather be in the top 8. It's going to be an interesting reboot round. It's always one of the most intense games of the whole season, and so I can't wait to see how it plays out. Of course, for the teams who didn't make it, this was the final European heat, and it's a shame we won't get to see some of the teams, the likes of Airwax, Etsy, and Vato, but ultimately, I've been impressed with everyone who's played and who's managed to make their way in, and it's very deserving in my opinion.
That's right, and finals is next weekend. Now, of course, guys, there's been a lot of action throughout the day. We have to kind of take a step back, right, and relive some of these victory royales.
Yeah, and game 1 was taken by Shmeki, Yu, and Jams' trio. They claimed that high ground really, really early, but unfortunately the steam kind of stopped rolling from them at that point. They had this huge first game, 11 eliminations, but they actually were in that top 8 the entire way through, but because they ended up in 29th with 0 eliminations, they were kind of pushed out after game 1.
Yeah, and after that, we saw these boys step in. They continue to just dominate throughout the rest of the day. Flick and Nas Thomas, we can't say enough about these guys. Superb performance from them. They were absolutely wiping the floor with everyone in the lobby. You see them there taking out Andres, some quick, nifty shots there. Thomas HD as well. The highlight plays, you saw the snipes, everything just cultivating together to just make what was one of the best things to watch all season long. And obviously, when you go to the next game after this one, this was the game where Paddy, Naifa, these guys started to finally get involved in the action. Vino, I'm sure they will be happy with how they were able to bring things back. They actually denied Thomas and them their 3rd win in a row, so they'll be happy about that one.
Absolutely will be happy with that. And Snazy, X-Squeeze, and Andalex being on that high ground, as they've been in those positions. We've seen these guys consistently throughout the games not play that high ground, right? We've seen them consistently on the low ground, and that made their very comfortable play style. They could pick up a ton of eliminations that way, but for the big victory royale moment in game 6, switched it up, had an opportunity to take height, saw it, seized it, took it, and picked up the final victory royale of the day.
And of course, the action doesn't stop here, Fortnite fam. What's that? You would like more games? Well, guess what? NA East and NA West are after this, but all of the trios that placed 9th through 16th in heats 1 through 4, they're now going into the reboot round. And what this means is only the team that walks away with the victory royale, that trio moves on to finals next week. One final shot. And we'll be bringing you that game after this break. I know. Now is the perfect time. Get up, go get hydrated, get popcorn, bring the slurp fish. We're about to have a crazy final game here from EU in semifinals. Till then, we'll see you after this. What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. It is time. The moment is here. The reboot round is upon us. Reese, Levin, they will be hanging out with us, breaking down why this is going to be a massive game changer. Because remember, we only have a single moment here. Whoever gets the Victory Royale will be allowed to move on to finals next week. For every other trio, they're going to have to jump back on the battle bus and come back next season of the FNCS. Guys, how are you feeling knowing what's at stake?
Okay, last season, this is the closest I've ever been to a monitor in my life, I think. I'm watching the game with just pure intent all the time. And every single second, every elimination matters. Like that elimination feed in the top left-hand corner is more important now than it ever has been in this stream, because I'm watching and this team's going down. There's a duo left. They're not going to be able to clutch up, and then you see them in the end game, and you start to bring back that feeling. There's excitement all the way through this. Reboot round brings the most hype.
Yeah, like I think when you look at like what we're supposed to, like we're sitting there like usually just trying to figure out big pictures of like what does this mean, like how does this relate to this and this other heat and this and I don't care about any of that right now. I just want to see who wins the game. Like all I'm focused on is who wins this game, because that's ultimately what that matters.
That's right. And I mean, that's going to kind of be the thread that we hang on to for this game, right? Because, as like Levin has been talking about, a lot of times we're like, okay, well, that team came in second and they got 10 eliminations, which means they have so many points and now they're in this top. Nope. No. One trio could get every single elimination in the lobby, and one player could literally come up and eliminate that trio, and they will be the ones that move on. That is the reboot round. It's chaotic. It's hectic. It's hype. And of course, we'll be going in just a little bit. Go ahead, Reese. Let it fly, baby.
I'm too excited. I'm just thinking of the strategies of the teams who are going to be trying to play for this, because the reboot round I remember last season, we were expecting that first Storm Surge to be really, really high, but it actually didn't end up being as high as some of the semifinals games actually were. We saw previous heat that we just watched. So like the game 2 had 90 player Storm Surge when it started, the warning popped up, which was incredibly stacked for EU region and, let's be real, any region as well. And I think we're going to see a little bit less of that, but as things go on towards the moving zones, that final moving zone is going to be so tense. It's going to be a battle between the teams on high ground and the teams on low ground. And I'm guessing, let's be real, it's probably just going to come down to a heal off at this point. The teams are going to prep with their floppers, with splashes for that heal off moment.
Yeah, ultimately, right, there's like a couple teams who this weekend, they would have felt a bit hard done by. There would have been, teams who have just felt like, they expected more out of themselves, right? The likes of Steelix and their trio, the likes of even Amexa and his trio, right? The likes of Nate, right? These people will be thinking, we should have just been in that top 8. This is their opportunity. Just the raw emotion, the intensity, like it's genuinely nail biting. Like who will be the person to come out on top? I want to get to the game. I'll be honest. I just want to get to the game. Like, let's just get out of the way. I want to just see and move forward.
Now, I kind of want to pick your guys' brain, right? Because there's kind of this meta, this way we're used to seeing Fortnite played when we're looking at things like heats and semifinals, right? But now with this being a single moment in time, it's just the Victory Royale that matters. How does this change the dynamic that trios have now? They've been working a certain way, firing on certain cylinders, and now they have to think, okay, like now it's just a Victory Royale. So maybe we just need to push these guys, and there's now going to be a million things flying in through their minds. And if they don't act, or they do, it could spell disaster.
I mean, basically what you're going to see is potentially a lot of hesitance from teams when it comes to fighting in particular, right? You need to choose your fights extremely carefully, because even losing one member, that could be it for you. And then, whoever is on that high ground when zones start moving, we're going to need to paying a big amount of attention to them, because they have probably the highest amount of possibility to win it. But after that point, once zones start moving, I swear we're going to see a lot of people go for high ground. People are going to try and take that opportunity to get the high ground, because that's their highest chance of winning, particularly if they're already set up with, not enough materials to keep them going, but enough to play it on high ground so they can win on the heal off. I'm excited.
Yeah, I think, there's a reason why, like I said earlier, right, it is just the purest form of Fortnite. It's all about winning. We see people playing for point format, like playing to the format all the time. This is not that. This is just win the game.
Oh my gosh, the hype is real. It's happening, the reboot round. I mean, as we get prepared for this, Reese talked about it, that elimination feed. Keep your eye up there in the top left of that screen. Watch as players are falling. And hang on, because it is time. We're kicking it over to Sancho West and Shia Wager for the reboot round of EU.
Welcome to the actually, one sec. Ooh. Welcome to the European reboot round. Sancho, let's get ready for the hottest and most exciting game Europe has to offer.
Yo, and Child is entering another vibe right now, and we're about to take it to a whole new level. It's not about how many elims. It's not if you come in second, third, fourth, fifth. It's all about that #1 victory royale and who's going to walk away and be that 33rd team into the finals here for this FNCS season. It's all on the line, and it all goes down here right now.
Let's set up the stakes once more if you haven't heard them before. Basically, all the teams that did not make top 8 in the semifinals from 9th to 16th, the next best up-and-comers, have this one game where the winner moves on to finals. It's starting to get hot and heavy already. Putrick with Toos and Snappy at Slurpy Swamp, an iconic spot we see this trio at 24/7, have lost time and time again, but they need to win here today. Sancho, there are no elim points, as you said. Placement doesn't matter other than getting first.
And now we're going to the Stealthy Stronghold, where we've been seeing a battle between Steelix's trio and Shakos' trio. And so far, Steelix's trio has elected not to contest. That is what's on the line. They knew dropping into a contested Stealthy Stronghold would be bad news. And that's why they're avoiding the fight to live to fight another opportunity for the finals.
And for Shakos, Gray, and MXR, they've always kind of played for the 6 games in front of them. They've been consistent, Sancho, right? Not always going for the win, but maybe going for the top 5. That strategy will not hold. Their signature kind of move to mirror high ground might not be the wave to win the game, so they're gonna have to change it up, get aggressive. This is gonna be so exciting.
I cannot wait for the fireworks to pop off. Everyone, do not leave. Keep yourself glued to your screens wherever you're watching. The intensity will slowly ratchet up as new zones get revealed. The intensity will ratchet up as more elims fill up the feed. Right now, Jamside alongside with Kiriachi trying to survive this fight right here that's happening on the outskirts and right into close to the heart of the Dirty Docks here. Shots being exchanged right now. Jamside and Shmeki and Yu, who just came off their heat here, are now going up against a powerhouse EU trio in Kiriachi's.
This makes sense. If you look at their heat, yeah, Thomas, Flicken, and us, they landed at Dirty, and they got over 250 points, right? They set records. Why don't we do the same thing? They're not in this heat. Kiriachi, though, similar plan. Looks like not going to find him near Slippery Swamp this time. This fight usually takes so long. And even these first few elims don't account for all the surge that you need. I'm concerned for both these teams. This fight needs to end fast.
Needs to happen real quickly as Kiriachi now is really low on shield here. Some tags go out between the two trios right now. All trios are still up in this fight for an opportunity. Jamside getting sprayed by the SMGs. Jams and Jamside action. Kiriachi gets tracked and beam, but Fury is there for the trade. Here comes Specking You, and Kiriachi's trio is out in a flash.
Jams is accurately insane. That was 4 shots back to back while Kiriachi was jumping from left to right in close range with a heavy AR. Majorly impressive. Shmeki comes down to confirm the last elimination as well. They keep their hopes alive because, yeah, this is just one game, Sancho. Usually a lot to watch, but it's here. It's right now. Every elim matters.
Talking about that old school guard trying to hold on tight from the new school. And basically, Jams getting out Jamside, now Rotary. Here, look at this. Trying to sneak away through, knowing how valuable his life is. No matter what, just always hold on to. Who knows? Can a solo do it? We've been seeing all different types of finishes throughout the entire world. We've seen an epic heal up in the Middle East. We've seen so many clutches. What kind of finish will we get here today? We saw someone pop off with 10 elims and not win, and someone with 2 elims walk away with the victory royale. Because all you need is that one last elim to solidify your victory royale. And Browner, Yaksu Rabbit here, we're trying to do a thing and stay survive. Another trio has been eliminated from this fight.
They're not coming straight through. Doesn't look like all the entire trio is here together to end up looting. So nice pickup from Browner. Will be nice for these guys to have a few more mats, possibility of a little bit more of a loadout. moving into end game. But then once again, there's no points right there. Big fight breaking out between Arion, Frey, and Raze. And what looks like maybe two different trios. No, it's just Leon. These guys basically just fought each other an hour ago. Now they're going back at it again.
Literally coming into that close into the top 8, and Cookie. Cookie gets taken down, and Frey, Arion, and Raze. And right now, they got through that fight, but now the third party is here. Again, everybody is scrambling to the top, and Frey now is without any shield.
He's hurt bad. OVA Knight drops down, but gets a big shot right back to his face too. A little bit of breathing room for the spot, but Frey goes down. And now it's up to Raze and Arion. Frey's usually the one to finish these fights completely, but he's not going to be there this time, and it's already a 2v3.
2v3. Numbers not going their way. Zone is not here. This fight has to be wrapped out to Arion now without any kind of shield, and now knocked, eliminated. It's up to Raze here. Can the demon survive this onslaught from this other strong trio? We'll keep an eye on the feed as we seem to become legends. Slicks, Milan, and Ralph and Rifle here, getting Rotary trios out of the fight.
That was fast. That was really fast. Looked like Rotary was lost off spawn. Doesn't have a trio on Lazy Lake. Doesn't have a trio on the rotation towards the desert. They are gone. Won't be seeing them in finals.
We won't be seeing Raze. He got eliminated in the feed.
Wow. Okay. So that was honestly, I think, my top prediction. Looking at Raze and Frey always wants to, kind of be rats on the low ground, available to be alive in end game in any which way they survive. Won't be able to make it off spawn this time. Duck and Diablo Bayon. These guys, Sancho, we also had the pleasure of just casting in Heat 4. Very good at taking fights and winning fights across the day. Just didn't make it through the end game. Now, there will be different stakes for this game. I feel like being good fighters is 100% an advantage right now, but they have to figure out the most difficult version and, gameplay of Fortnite. That's the end game.
Yeah, you could do well. That trio was starting to be very aggressive in the early to mid game, and Fleck and Diablo and Bayon were starting knocking on people's doors. But look at the map right here. It's going to be a central ending that most likely will have maybe a colossal finish here, Shio.
Yeah, absolutely. That means Height will have the most control on the map past the 5th zone. Won't be many mountains in the way to stop these guys from playing their game. And what is that game that gets played in the reboot round? Sancho mentioned it at the Middle East a little bit. It's that heal game that goes down. Rifle already has 3 met kits. Hard to chain them in the zone in the 9th circle, but does have some opportunity to get more floppers and slurpfish. Keep an eye on every loadout you see right here, because the fattest ones are usually the ones that do best.
We're seeing a lot of win conditions already being built so early. We're just about to enter zone 2, and the heal ops is going to be true. We're going to keep an eye on everyone's inventory going forward. Of course, we're going to keep an eye on the Elim feed. This is a reboot round of the EU region. One team could get into 33rd spot and have a big influence how the finals will continue in next week. Let's keep it focused, locked in right here, right now. As we see the first time on the EU broadcast, Shio, the big chill has made its appearance.
Let's see if it actually makes people go sliding. Saw that it interrupted a heal game in a different region before. I believe it was OCE in total.
Yes.
That had that happen. So could happen today as well, but they have to keep it low key. Kumo, Jack, Will, and Nems have to be the ones to basically keep this a secret strategy until the end, or I guarantee a team hops on them too. But still, you mentioned it, Sancho. Center zone, everyone moving neck and neck. They'll have the opportunity to see each other more and slash at each other with AR shots over and over. Rifle, though, has a different plans and to hold people from coming through. Dietrich, Kylie, and Fastroki feels like it was just yesterday we saw them on the map. Wait a minute. It was just yesterday that we saw them playing down on the map. They look so aggressive and good.
And that's the thing. We saw Fastroki, Dietrich, and Kylie. They were either basically fighting as a duo most of the day in their heat. Right now, they're trying to stay together as a trio, and Rifle as Slicks and Milan took a dip in there, took a peek to see what they kind of do. As Waves' Rax goes down, and Huddy and Minnie here from Enterprise are going to hold on until my pick that we're going to be able to walk away with this victory royale. It's 4ZR's trio here, and we've been seeing this aggressive style of play from the Sweaty Sands trio, pushing out into the scavenger routes. Huddy and Minnie are doing their best, dipping into their heels as much as possible to survive. Pressure is just right outside, right above them here. Huddy is trying to extend as much as possible, survive, digging into his hard mats here. but you can hear the shots of that heavy AR destroying the builds as much as possible. And now it could be a moment. It's the Enterprise duo against a very strong EU trio here, and no exchanges of HP just yet, Shayo.
The treasure from this fight is basically going to be those four chug splashes in Huddy's inventory. That's really what every trio who's fighting right now is after, is the heals for late game on everyone else. Mini
no.
is up to the box with
4CR.
4CR and actually gets the elimination. Nate's trying to break in and save his teammate. It's not going to be possible just yet. More chug splashes in Huddy's inventory and more on the ground. This is a fight that's happening in zone right now. It looks like, no, way out of zone right now towards the left side of the map. They have so much room to cover after this. Another knock as well.
Oh, no.
From the side of Huddy. And it looks like this might be it for 4ZR, Nate, and Kezix.
Man, so much was put into that Nate basket, man. That 4ZR and Nate trio. We were all hoping that they were able to have a different performance than they had. They weren't unable to make to the finals last season. They just fell short. It was the kind of performance that they were being so hot in that season. And man, there's still one member left in that trio. But now we're gonna focus on Steelix, Snagged, and Heatsy, who we just saw compete. And we all thought that they would go to Stealthy Stronghold, but they decided not to go against Shaco's trio. They decided to dip away. But Shaco's trio, the ghost, the shadow, is still out in the distance, still out there, and may slow down their run. Again, Victory Royale or nothing.
Man, these fights just feel like so much heavier every time between these trios.
It's like
crazy. What the heck is this from Jfo? 6 floppers, 2 chug splashes. The best inventory we've seen so far.
But he's going to be a valuable member. He has to stay on his feet. We saw a lot of teams going for that win condition heal off. And, you know, once they go down, boom, they explode in that flopper. We talk about like a box palooza. This could be a flopper palooza. And we've seen Cammy was able to grab valuable floppers in a top 3 situation and walk away with the Victory Royale. So as someone comes, catches Jeffo, and look at Rightflow right now, same situation, 5 flops in the inventory. We're seeing the conditions being built. Can they survive? And can their trio mates keep them alive?
Going for a few shots here and there. It's just so weird to watch Rightful 6 and Milan basically move away from a very beautiful third-party opportunity. It doesn't matter once again. The points literally don't matter. It's just who gets first. Sapphix all the way up top. Razumi and Jake all here, man. It seems like so long ago we watched these guys play too. Looking so good in the quals. We're so close to qualifying too, but this was not possible. They can bring it back here, have a really good spot. You'll notice Razumi's not using those chug splashes. They're really important to save for the end, but yes, you might need to pop them here too, just because to make it to the end, you still need to have shields.
We just saw Play Well's full trio of Veto and Stursix go down to the Play Well pink. So we've seen Play Well versus Play Well action, and that trio that we, again, another one we put a lot of investment in. We all believe that they were able to duplicate their run from the last season going out. No longer an opportunity. We'll see that Play Well trio hopefully the next season. Oh man,
so that means
it's just
Castry has a chance though. Every time one person goes down, keep in mind who's actually eliminating them. That's a huge boost in the loadout that they have. This will be a game of loadouts. Big Chill's in play. Sniper still in play from base to base. Cyber's like, okay, wait a minute. There's someone who's actually higher than me. Gotta make sure I cover that. It's gonna be so much trickier for him to peek. Man, usually there's so many bases around Colossal Coliseum. There's so many fights in the desert. You listening right now, Sancho? It's silent. It's absolutely silent.
It's the proverbial calm before the Fortnite storm. The storm is moving. The storm never changes. It does its thing, right? Yeah, it moves different zones, different locations, but it's the combatants in this fight that are making the most action. The thunderous claps that are happening throughout the entire time. Trios are falling. Someone not surviving the storm from their combatants. This is where it's coming down to. It's going to be a sandy finish here, and I'm gonna bet we're gonna see the most sand tunneling you've ever seen in your life.
Possibly, but everyone's gonna be looking down towards the sand as well to get free shots. No one peeking out of their box either. We're right on the line of where Storm Surge would end. 70 players rolling into the next little section of the game. It's as stacked as it can be. No one can even check if they have enough damage done since the last time that tracker was up on the screen. 24 teams still alive, 24 stories looking for a chance at that one slot that is still left in the grand finals.
We saw in the distance Splash's trio, who met the kind of that brunt force of Savage's trio in their heat here, trying to get up to the throne for the Victory Royale, the 33rd spot up for grabs. And not only that, the bag is up for grabs. You're going to have the chance, the opportunity to compete for the lion's share of over $1 million. That's going to happen here next week. That's what's on the line right now, folks. It's that earnings check. It's all or nothing right now.
A Big Show's actually being shot. Not sure if that was an accident from Jams, but or from any trio around them. It just looks like people might know exactly where it is. We're looking past that, though. Everyone's still boxed up, keeping things close and personal, all the way towards the edge of the storm. You don't want to build any excess mats and lose the resources that you would need inside the end game. There's Castery and Pinke. These guys got the Play Well trio down. That's a lot of loot over and what I would assume would be retail. Possibility of some fish to get around the river as well. I would assume they would have floppers. Serenexo, I only see one flopper here in his inventory so far. His teammates might have more. Past that as well, they're kind of the team stuck in the middle of this rotation. Shaykaz is kind of right below the mountain, in the center of it all. Razumi controls one of the high spots inside the circle, but Sancho, it's still wide. Shaykaz elects to move towards the next circle. And yes, Jake, Safik, and Razumi are caught out, so they have to move as well.
You're already seeing trios. You're already seeing the recipe for success as Castery gets a knocked on Kiwete. You're seeing what they're planning for. They're trying to kind of big build energy against height. They're wanting to invest all in, and they're kind of going really early, and you're seeing that investment not pay off. And so now they're going to have to rotate in. And already there's one trio that's sitting on top of Risky Reels, and that thing cannot be brought down. That cannot be chopped down at all. So that's going to be a trio looking forward. Again, in the 5th zone, the statistics support you are going to walk away with the Victory Royale. But you know, Shayo, I think we're going to get a lot of people contesting for height in that 7th and 8th zone this time around.
At the same time, it's not a game where, you know, in regular Fortnite and regular FNCS, not everyone is playing for that heal game potential for the first place pop-off. They go for consistency. That's not the case over here today. For, you know, it being all about the win, that 5th zone might not just be it. Jake is already inside the box, though, up against his opponent. He gets that elimination and rocks it down. Might be huge, but no heals to find right there at all.
Now we're just waiting here 20 seconds for that half in and half out. This is it. This is a golden opportunity. Who pulls right now? It's going to be Cyperia, Safik, and Iris. Where they're making their way down. Here it is. 7 seconds.
The zone gets locked. We're seeing that effect happen. All these trios are now bouncing kind of back and forth, and it pulls to only one trio who's up inside the safe zone right now. They can crank, get a little bit higher, and then have control of everyone else. Shackles is popping, so is Browner and Bad Sniper. Kylie Fastroki taken out. Meanwhile, Zypher No Frizzy is getting a little bit of tension and friction as well down below. Rasumi has no shields. Sabir Jake's looking for anything, something. They're getting hit by Surge. This is tragic.
Very tragic, considering they're the ones that are in the safe zone right now at height on top of Risky Reels. We've been talking about movies being built all day, and they're desperately doing all that they can to find tags as much as possible. They get some value right there, sitting at 245. That stops the pressure from Storm Surge right here. But now they're, again, it's not about how many elims here, but you're trying to stop as many trios as possible to fight for your height. But look at it. Look at the north side trio. Shio, the congestion is so real here. So many opportunities is about to go down here as we're getting closer and closer to rotating circles, zone 6, 7, and 8.
Trying to keep an eye on exactly who had height right there because they have the best position overall. Hylix, X8, Rihas, these guys are looking really good so far right now and have picked up maybe even elimination of 2 or some shots and pressure, sharing a rotation with the desperate trio of Jake, Razumi, and Safik up top. You know they have nothing. They need to box dive someone. Right now, it's Browner, Yaxo, and Rabid versus Kelphi, Warrior, and Vortexers. And Browner has an RPG.
Whoa, the RPG goes through the slowdown, and look, it's the other height.
What?
Siberia, Irez, and Safik go ahead and send the beams down, and that's going to throw a huge wrench in Browner's trio's plans to hold on to height. No doubt, that might be as well that the RPG will not be in play, and they actually pull.
They actually pull, but Kelphi's actually the one that takes advantage of the situation, goes all the way up with Vortexers, and they're higher than where Jake is as well. They're so much more well-built, too. The actual teammate getting fully finished there. Jake is not stopping with the pressure. This is what they need. They have a harpoon too, so they can get all the heals and loot that we know these guys have. How long will they survive? Will Vortexers help them from up top? Jake is actually going right past. It's a desperate attack. He finally finds a connection. It'll be a box fight to save their chances to stay in the EU competition. There are no heals to find for him though. Zone starts to move. PG Warrior, Vortexers have control of height. Razumi has found Jake, and they're right beside Rapid, but now the zone is starting to move. Kelphi's taking big damage. They are the controllers so far. They still have high ground.
It's not a guarantee that you will walk away with the victory royale if you're sitting on height. Pay attention to who is doing so much damage here on the low ground to mid ground. Someone could overtake in the zone 7th and 8th. We're not there yet. There's still a lot of work to be done for the 33rd spot here. Castery, as being the veteran that he is here, he's actually coming in late from behind, and all of a sudden Castery is at height.
And does he have any teammates? Where's everyone at? Castery's taking out PG Warrior. Kelphi must know. That's your teammate, but he's still battling for height down in the box. Big beams is not enough. 3 elims for Kelphi, but he's down. Now it's High Chris on high ground. Knight is there too. It's 3 different retakes and a new team who's in the lead.
So many height retakes are happening. Everyone's going over the top to try to get in the 33rd spot here for the finals. Castery finally goes down. Then the end of that ride is over. And Storm Surge is flying through and hitting a lot of people. I'm just trying to take a look here, Shio. What's going on?
Rapid's taking back high ground. Knight's actually fighting him back and forth. Hikers now is trying to have something to do in mid ground because he has no more mats left. Starting a heal off in the 7th zone. All his floppers and chuck splashes right there. Nems has height with Jackal. This is the trio that has that big chill, but Jack's down. Another retake comes through. It's Shmeki and you who've taken over height. What is going on in Europe? No one is gaining and just holding on to control. They have it now, but they're just a duo.
Now we got to definitely take a look at the rest of the inventories. Who's going to have the win condition for the heals here? Now you and Smeki, now it's all up to you, all by himself, who got a victory royale in the previous heat. He needs one right here, but another trio is taking height. This is about the 4th or 5th trio. It is Fire Hunter and Splash coming through. Now they have an opportunity to walk away with the victory royale.
7th retake in the 8th zone. Fire Hunter has flames off of high ground. No builds though, so nothing in the furnace to really set things on fire so far. 2 eliminations, has a harpoon to jump right in. 4 floppers to play the storm as well. The zone's actually pulling up towards a desert mountain, so Logan's gonna be in trouble. That's where Tripburn is. Wings went down as he tried to go towards low as well. Fire Hunter, all up to him now. He has the heals for his team. MXR, Shakos, and Gray have taken height. They are the ones to have the best chance to win this game.
Throughout the entire EU Heat qualifiers, the Shakos trio has always found the perfect time to strike. And boy, did they pick the perfect time as Splash has been eliminated. Can Shakos, Gray do the thing alongside with MXR? The opportunity is there. We're in a top 4. It's a victory royale or bust.
Position doesn't matter much now. Heal game is an option, so depending on what the loadout is for high ground right now, it might already be over. That's the question. Flecken has a lot in his inventory. Gray Angel has dropped the med kit, or had a med kit drop from his team, and has some cabbages as well, but I don't see floppers. I don't see chuck splashes. Lots of action in that low ground as well. It's going to be a toss-up between which trio survives. Everyone's fighting wall to wall. It's about 3 different trios down there in the mix. The high ground team is trying to break down, do some damage, have a say, but their voice is being suppressed. They can't find a way in. No words in this argument, in this conversation. Fucking is starting his trek into the storm. 1 full stack of chuck splashes on the top right of your screen, and a few floppers as well to go.
An opportunity here, right here. Flecken has the win condition for the heal off there, but can a trio there? Okay, he found the Elim, gets a little bit more siphon. Now he's in it. He's all the way committed. Gray is going to go for the med kit. He does have an opportunity to walk away. A top 3 situation here, Sayo.
He's trying for it. Everyone now in helo mode. Gray's all the way up top looking for it. Flecken gets a big siphon as well. MXR is trying to delay anything, but it's head-to-head. Flecken versus Gray. He's got cabbages and floppers. Gray will have to drop down and find this elimination. Flecken with the flops. Pops one over. That's his last. Gray, 2 seconds. 1. It's over. And it's Flecken with positioning, aggression, and heals to win the European reboot rounds.
And the statement, not doing it with just 1 elim, 11 elims and the victory royale, picking up a huge elimination to kind of get the siphon and no doubt punch their way into that 33rd spot here for the finals, baby.
Was not high ground, and they actually gave us a hint of this inside heat number 4. They were just fighting over and over, making endgames, so not finding that final juice at the end of the game. This time though, Flecken once again clutches for his team and wins out in Europe.
And what does that mean going forward? Last season, the reboot round, you had Bobo, you had Rojo, and you had Nate get their way in and make it all the way to the top 10. Does that ride in for Flecken, Diablo, and Bayan, who just competed in the Heat 4, kept that momentum going? So many trios from that Heat 4 were exhausted. The endurance was down and they fell like flies, but one trio stood tall, and that was Flecken's trio at the end of the day here, Shayo.
That was absolutely insane, but there were so many different stories going into that game. I mean, I want to see, first of all, the analyst desk reaction, but also some of the stuff and, the sadness that we might have missed. So Zeke, Reese, and Levin really break down that honestly amazing game of Fortnite.
Oh my gosh, guys, we were on the edge of our seats the whole time. We're sitting there talking, we're calling out names, we're calling out trios. This guy goes down, wait, they get revived. There was so much that did happen, but all in all, congratulations, Flecken, Diablo, Bayan. You guys are the trio that is moving on to next week's finals. I cannot believe it came down to the heel off Reese. You predicted it, you told us you knew, and it was just unbelievable.
Here's the thing, right? While we were watching this over and over again, height changed. I think I counted 7 different teams on height throughout the moving zones. They were just interchanging over and over and over again. And, it looked like Gray's teams had it at this point. They would seem to be the stronger team going in with more heals, but Flecken obviously managing to pick up those eliminations on the low ground, having so much more heals and white heals in particular, floppers, and yes, both teams playing cabbages. Telling you, cabbages OP. There were so many teams playing so many heals. They just managed to pick some more up in the end, and it just went down to that last moment. It seemed like it was Gray's time to shine.
I am just dumbfounded. I don't even know what to think. It was just everything you wanted it to be and more. Right, like time after time, teams go for height, just one team on top of the other, on top of the other. You don't know what's going on. Meanwhile, you got Flecken and Diablo and all of them just going absolutely crazy low ground. Like, it was just everything you wanted it to be. For the trios that just didn't do enough, it must be heartbreaking. But the feeling, imagine how Flecken and them feel right now. Imagine how they feel right now. Oh, it is just. I don't know. My brain's just gone to mush. Like, this is just too crazy. I can't handle this.
Well, there we have it. We know which trio is moving on to finals next week, but that's it, Fortnite fam. We are done from the action here in the FNCS in Europe. The next time we'll see you in Europe is next weekend. Make sure you come back and watch those set of games because we'll be crowning an FNCS trio champion in Europe. If you want more Fortnite action, we're going right over to NAE East right here, right now, so stick around. And if not, then we'll see you guys next weekend. Till then, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus. Beep, beep.